Chapter 402. Didn't your elders teach you how to respect an elder? Anyone can commit mistakes. One must forgive them when possible. That elder from the clear sky peak spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. He didn't seem to feel any shame in his heart. Yi Shiwen was like an ant in his eyes. Yi Shiwen might have boundless future prospects. However, that was a matter for the future. He didn't care about it. He had the backing of the clear sky peak, and it was one of the top 10 inheritances. Yi Shiwen wouldn't be a big threat for a top 10 inheritance, even if he were to grow stronger in the future. Even if he were to become a top-notch senior great sage expert. This was one of the main reasons why this elder had allowed the second god to kill Yi Shiwen, despite the protests from the hidden star peak. People don't care about an ant's feelings. They merely trample ants to death. Yi Shiwen must shed tears of thankfulness for not being stamped to death. That was the elder's way of thinking. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and spoke. Respect an elder? It depends on whether you deserve it or not. Do you even behave like an elder? Moreover, you said that anyone can make mistakes. So, one must forgive them when possible. But he came here to kill me. How can you possibly call it a forgivable mistake? Anyone can commit mistakes. One must forgive then when possible. This was a great-sounding and pompous saying, but it had vanished long ago. This was a typical case of using double standards. One set of rules for other people, and a completely different set of rules when it comes to oneself. You're just a corrupt old fogey who likes to cheat by using double standards. Yi Shiwen sneered and retorted impolitely. Do you wish to die? It's true that you're a peerless genius who has boundless future prospects. However, you're not even a semi-sage expert at present. The senior elder of the clear sky peak threatened him. His complexion turned somewhat unsightly. Yi Shiwen was like an ant in his eyes, and he had dared to say such insulting words to him. This was an enormous provocation. It's genuinely laughable. Others mustn't interfere, since the higher authorities have given their consent to this fight. These were your words. However, the man who shamelessly intervened at the end was you. Is your clear sky peak filled with people like you? Yi Shiwen sneered and retorted. The killing intention flourished in Yi Zaiwen's heart. This senior elder of the clear sky peak had a bias in the second god's favor. This inspired his killing intention, and the anger flourished multiplicatively. This was very pathetic. Firstly, they advocated this fight to death, and now they were against it. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Shiwen. He had held an extremely stubborn image in everyone's eyes since the beginning. He had even killed the law enforcement hall's disciples after having announced it beforehand. However, they hadn't anticipated him to be this arrogant. He was looking down on a senior elder of the great sage realm. He had even talked back maliciously and had insulted the senior elder in the process. This elder of the great sage realm wasn't a generous person by nature. However, Yi Shiwen had still dared to be so courageous before him. This inspired a sense of reverence in people's hearts for Yi Shiwen. Well said. Clear Sky Peak is like this only. Bai Jiansong sneered as he came over to Yi Zaiwen's side. He seemed in a somewhat distressed state. However, nothing could conceal his rebellious nature. I'll stop this old guy. You go and kill that guy. I'll see who dares to stop you. Damn it, didn't he say that the higher authorizes have given their consent? Bai Jiansong sneered. The anger in his eyes could burn the blue dome of sky. He certainly knew the intention of that clear sky, Peak's senior elder. The higher authorities had agreed to Yi Zaiwen's slaughter by the second god's hands, and it was also clear who had made them do so. However, they couldn't say it openly. So, it seemed like they had only agreed for the two individuals to settle their personal grudges. However, they hadn't anticipated that Yi Shiwen would gain an upper hand in this battle instead of the second god. Bai Jiansong was suddenly aggrieved in his mind. He didn't know what price the people of the Clear Sky Peak had paid. However, this matter hadn't ended yet. It seemed like the people who had approved this matter had only included one individual in their calculation, not the other. By Jian Song, is this what you teach your new disciples? The Titan body is a genius of our true martial university. He can become the backbone of our university in the future. Do you understand? The senior elder of the clear sky peak looked coldly at Bai Jian Song as he spoke. Well, that very individual lost in the battle. Yet you still dare to boast about him? Ha ha! I'm really out of words here if you're saying that this so-called genius of your clear sky peak is proud that he can suppress an expert of lower realm. Bai Jian Song mocked in a satirical manner. Everyone secretly exclaimed in admiration. These two brothers were the same. Both of them were courageous and had looked down on a so-called senior elder. Everyone understood Bai Jian Song's intention. The sarcastic meaning in Bai Jian Song's words was clear to everyone. He basically meant that the so-called geniuses of the clear sky peak had no other talents apart from using their realm's advantage to suppress those at lower one. The senior elder of the clear sky peak had used the advantage of his cultivation level to suppress Bai Jian Song. And the second god had also tried to do the same to suppress Yi Shiwen. Therefore, everyone believed that this was indeed true. Perhaps Yi Shiwen and his fellow brother apprentice would have chased down their opponents like stray dogs if they had been in the same realm. The senior elder's complexion had turned ashen. These two brothers had repeatedly mocked him. His complexion had turned exceptionally unsightly as a result of this. Humph! I see. You people of the Hidden Star Peak are courting death. The senior elder threatened. Yi Shiwen rushed ahead. The huge devil wings behind his body had opened up. Yi Shiwen had dashed towards the second god like the flash of a golden lightning. His devil wings were flapping at an incredibly fast speed. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had unleashed the entirety of his strength. He arrived in front of the second god in a split second. Audacious! The senior elder went completely mad. Yi Shiwen had dared to make a move in his presence. This clearly demonstrated that Yi Shiwen had looked down on him. This suddenly sparked immense anger inside him. The senior elder of the clear sky peak launched an attack almost instantly, and a shocking divine beam was sent rumbling towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Zaiwen's devil wings flapped behind him, and he dodged that sharp divine beam. Bang! The divine beam ripped open the space, and the chaos leaked out. Everyone was terrified by this scene. Old man, you're truly shameless. Bai Jian Song released an astonishing sword beam. You can't recognize what's good for you. The senior elder snorted coldly. He grabbed that sword beam which could have easily cracked open the sky, and then he crushed it. Afterward, he advanced towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Ha! A delicate yet loud shout came from the horizon. The clouds began to tremble frantically. A magnificent attack streaked across the vast sky. It appeared like a giant black dragon as it swept down upon the senior elder. Bang! The senior elder couldn't evade this attack. A whip struck him, and his body was nearly split apart. Bang! That old man went flying in the sky. The whip's attack didn't kill him. It just inflicted minor injuries to his body. However, his complexion had turned exceptionally ugly. He looked towards the origination point of that attack with a dull look on his face. A delicate and charming figure slowly appeared from the void. She looked approximately 20 years old. Her skin was glowing like snow. Her eyebrows were curved, and her mouth was small. She looked extremely beautiful. She was clad in a fiery red dress. She held a long whip in her hand. She looked valiant and formidable. Second sister. A smile appeared on Bai Jian Song's face as he saw this woman. He also felt a bit relaxed. Yi Shiwen turned around to see. He had heard a lot about the well-known second sister, but this was the first time he was seeing her. Lu Yanlan was famous for being a practice maniac. She basically practiced all year round. It was quite difficult to force her out of her practice. Crash bang! Another whip was swept down towards the senior elder of the Clear Sky Peak. It sent sonic booms in all directions. It appeared like black lightning as it quickly arrived in front of the senior elder. The senior elder had no other choice but to retreat frantically in order to avoid this whip attack. Everyone was stunned. Some people had recognized her. This was Hidden Star Peak's second disciple. She was named Lu Yanlan. However, she had merely used one whip attack to compel the senior elder to retreat. This kind of strength was too incredible. No wonder the Hidden Star Peak was so strong. Huang Wuji was invincible. This second disciple, Lu Yanlan, wasn't easy to deal with either. Plus, Bai Jiansong had already stepped into the Great Sage Realm, and Yi Shiwen also had the potential to enter the Great Sage Realm if he didn't perish in the way. The true strength of the Hidden Star Peak had instilled a new level of reverence inside everyone's heart. The Hidden Star Peak was small, yet proficient. It didn't have many people. However, they were elites, all of them. Lu Yanlan merely stood at her spot. Her aura was as tyrannical as an endless ocean. Her energy could swallow thousands of miles. She appeared like a goddess. Her temperament was ice-cold and unapproachable. Yi Shiwen shot a glance at her and rushed towards the second god to kill him. He didn't even stop once. The second god saw Yi Shiwen approach him. He was startled, but he became furious as well. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Shiwen would dare to launch an attack on him, despite the opposition from the Clear Sky Peak's senior elder. Moreover, Yi Shiwen looked desperate to kill him, and wasn't willing to let him off. Suddenly, his heart began to burn with anger. He had never realized that Yi Shiwen would have tried to kill him even if he hadn't insisted on a fight with Yi Shiwen. However, the upper echelons of the university would be alerted if Yi Shiwen were to kill him now. This, obviously, left Yi Shiwen to feel more threatened by the second god's existence. Things might become very messy in the future if Yi Shiwen were to spare the second god. "You wouldn't dare!" the second god roared loudly. "Stop!" the Clear Sky Peak's elder shouted. He wanted to help the second god. However, Lu Yanlan and Bai Jiansong couldn't possibly have allowed him succeed in his plan. They joined forces and launched attacks on him. Bang! The fight between those three great sage experts caused the collapse of the sky. The earth trembled, and the chaos leaked out from the spatial debris. The space got crushed wherever they trod. This great sage-level battle was exceptionally frightening for most spectators. Yi Shiwen had rushed towards the second god to kill him without showing any regard for the senior elder's opposition. The second god had recovered a lot since he had taken advantage of the time. However, his healing speed couldn't be compared with Yi Zaiwen's. After all, Yi Shiwen had the Phoenix regeneration technique, while he didn't. Time had passed quickly, and he had only managed to recover to some extent. However, he didn't have the means to continue to withstand Yi Zaiwen's attacks. Bang! He wasn't Yi Zaiwen's opponent. Yi Zaiwen's slap sent him flying into the sky. "I'm invincible!" The second god shouted in a somewhat demented manner. Yi Shiwen sneered. Yi Shiwen trod on a golden light and arrived in front of the second god. Then he launched a grindstone-like slap at him. "Stop!" the Clear Sky Peak's elder roared. However, Yi Shiwen paid no attention to it and slapped the second god a second time. Bang! The second god's body was disintegrated by Yi Zaiwen's slap. To be continued. Chapter 403. The Titan body was dead. The news exploded and spread throughout the True Martial University. It shook the entire True Martial University. This was the first time a Heaven's Pride-level expert of the younger generation had died in a battle. However, this wasn't the thing that had shocked people the most. After all, the second god was the one who had issued the declaration for battle. Moreover, he had obtained the approval of the higher authorities. He had been able to issue a death match against Yi Shiwen as a result of this approval. Therefore, Everyone knew that the battle between these two individuals wasn't going to end on a good note. In fact, one among them had to die. However, they had never thought that the person to die at the end would be the second god. Everyone had thought that it would be Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Zaiwen's strength was much lower than the second gods, since they latter had already entered the semi-sage realm. One must know that their realms differed by heaven and earth, since Yi Shiwen hadn't even entered the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. 1. Everyone below the sage realm was like an ant. The semi-sage realm, obviously, wasn't the same as the sage realm. However, it still had the word sage attached to it, so it was bound to give immense strength. The legendary realm couldn't be compared with it. Therefore, everyone was optimistic that the second god would kill Yi Shiwen with ease. They had expected that he would thoroughly defeat Yi Shiwen at the very least. After all, Yi Zaiwen's realm differed by a significant margin. However, they hadn't anticipated that the person who would die in the end would turn out to be the second god. Moreover, Yi Shiwen hadn't used any cheap tricks to pull this off. He had depended on his tyrannical strength to suppress and then kill the second god. And that too after terrifying him. This had even scared the onlookers. They hadn't anticipated this outcome. The second god had nearly been driven to the point of insanity before death. Even the interference of a great sage expert hadn't been able to prevent his death. Yi Shiwen hadn't cared about facing the frightening coercion of a great sage expert. Word spread that Yi Shiwen had killed the second god. It caused a huge uproar. Countless people were discussing about this matter. They were discussing the possible consequences of this matter. The Clear Sky Peak was one of the top 10 inheritances. It certainly wouldn't shy away from expressing its wrath. The Hidden Star Peak wasn't a pushover either. It had already caused havoc throughout the War Dead Star Peak for Yi Shiwen. They weren't easy to deal with. That startling collision between the three great sage experts had transcended everyone's imagination. It had been a disastrous battle. A high-level expert was forced to arrive in order to prevent the two sides from killing each other. It didn't matter how the higher authorities would look into this matter. Yi Shiwen had suddenly become popular. Many people had started to remember him. People had initially believed that Yi Shiwen was at the bottom amongst the Heaven's Pride-level experts. However, it didn't look like that now. Yi Zaiwen's fighting strength was perhaps sufficient to rank him amongst the top ones. He had become famous overnight. And that too in a world where many people were ambitious to compete on this road to invincibility. His peers felt a bit depressed. Yi Shiwen was powerful, and he wasn't even at the so-called 200th rank. Yet he had established a scary reputation for himself. This frightened everyone even more. Everyone had seen that Yi Shiwen succeeded in defeating his opponent by depending on his true strength alone. However, such ability seemed exceptionally dreadful. The Clear Sky Peak had no choice but to suffer in silence. This was the first time they had been forced into such a situation. After all, they were the ones who had advocated this battle. They had paid a considerably high price in order to get the approval of the higher authorizes. However, what about the outcome? The second god had gotten killed by Yi Shiwen in the end. They had been taken aback by this result. Nobody had anticipated such an outcome. They needed to have a reason to make noise. The Clear Sky Peak had wanted to impose itself onto the Hidden Star Peak, but couldn't say something like let Yi Shiwen die to compensate second god's death. They couldn't say it out aloud, even if they wanted this to happen. They had no option but to accept this outcome. Nobody would know if something were to happen in private. However, they would have to appear peaceful from the outside, at the very least. Yi Zaiwen's name had thoroughly spread in the true martial university. It was reported that even the supreme officials had heard this name. Killing the second god had also brought piles of trouble for him. For example, he had suddenly become famous. He had been named a Heaven's Pride-level expert before this battle. However, he hadn't been regarded on top thus far. That was because everyone considered him as the weakest amongst all the Heaven's Pride-level experts. However, this notion had suddenly changed. The Titan guy was considered at the top of Heaven's Pride level experts. This was so because none of these Heaven's Pride level experts had ever indulged in a mutual conflict. The battle between Yi Shiwen and the second god was the very first collision between two Heaven's Pride level experts. Therefore, nobody could say who among these Heaven's Pride level experts was stronger and who was weaker. However, the existing fact was that Yi Shiwen had killed the second god. So, he had suddenly become the target of public attention. He had also obtained the top position among the Heaven's Pride level experts on temporary basis. He used to have a low-key profile and had stayed hidden on the side. However, he had suddenly become the center of everyone's attention at present. Of course, there were several disadvantages related to this. Yet it also had advantages. One of the advantages was that he had obtained the attention of higher authorities. Yi Shiwen had come to be known as a Heaven's Pride level expert in the past. However, very few people regarded him as a genuine one. He hadn't been acknowledged by the higher authorities. After all, Yi Zaiwen's cultivation had been lower than the minimum requirement of half-step Legendry's great, complete realm at the time. So, it was quite difficult to tell whether he had boundless future prospects or not. After all, he didn't seem much different from most of the ordinary people. The true martial university had been standing tall and upright in the southern region since countless years. They had even ruled the entire true martial world once upon a time. So, they wouldn't look at the short-lived fads. Rather, their gaze was fixed at the matters of the future, several hundred, or even several thousand years from now. Therefore, it was quite difficult for a short-lived tyranny to attract their attention. Only the people who had at least practiced till half-step legendary ninth stage could obtain their acknowledgement. And even so, the experts of half-step legendary ninth stage were merely considered elites. Only the experts of half-step Legendry's great, complete realm could be called as real Heaven's Pride level experts. One's present tyranny didn't ensure that they would remain as such in the future. They must be able to become the true martial university's backbone in the future, after 1,000 or several thousand years. This incident of agreeing to this death match had been largely related to this notion. Yi Shiwen hadn't made them feel that he was unexpendable. However, the situation had reversed after this incident. Yi Shiwen had obtained everyone's acknowledgement in its entirety. Therefore, the true martial university rewarded Yi Shiwen with a 100,000 primary spirit dawn after he had killed the second god. They gave him other rare herbs, etc. as well. Yi Shiwen felt that he had genuinely obtained the true martial university's attention, not just materialistic rewards. Bai Jiansong had mentioned that this matter had alarmed one very senior person. This senior person had opened his mouth and spoken, "You've made enough noise. Now go back and reflect on your mistakes in seclusion." The Clear Sky Peak had initially wanted to cause trouble. However, they had no other choice but to abandon their idea of causing trouble after looking at the power and influence of the senior person. The Clear Sky Peak certainly had the wrong stance in this matter, but that senior person seemed in a mood to punish the innocent and guilty alike. However, Yi Shiwen was rather pleased when he heard this news. This was indicative that the higher authorities wouldn't support the opposite party. Yi Shiwen had never hoped that the higher authorities would support him. However, this meant that they wouldn't cause any more trouble for him. This was the advantage of displaying strength. There were pros as well as cons to this, and to choose one of the two was beyond Yi Zaiwen's control. Yi Shiwen was grounded for a year as a punishment for killing the second god. The higher authorities had issued the punishment. However, everyone felt that this judgment was extremely biased in favor of Yi Shiwen. The price for murder was death penalty. However, Yi Shiwen was only grounded for a year. This indeed seemed like a biased decision in Yi Zaiwen's favor to outsiders. However, both the sides involved in this matter were very much dissatisfied. The Clear Sky Peak felt that this punishment was too light as per Yi Zaiwen's conduct. However, the Hidden Star Peak felt otherwise. Yi Shiwen had killed the second god, but their side hadn't instigated this matter. Everyone had agreed upon this death match. In fact, many high-level officials had even witnessed the battle. Killing one's opponent in a death match shouldn't lead to a punishment of being grounded for a year. This didn't make sense. Had this been done to bully the handful members of the Hidden Star Peak? However, Yi Shiwen himself didn't complain. He could tell that the higher authorities were divided into two factions over this matter. He could tell that both the factions had arrived at a mutual compromise to conclude this matter. He didn't see any loss in this matter. There was no harm for him in being grounded for a year. In fact, he could seize this opportunity to consolidate this half-step legendary ninth-stage realm. One could only imagine how difficult it would have been to condense principles in this realm. Yi Shiwen must spend time to consolidate these newly acquired things. And this was the best chance. The only problem was that he had planned to go to the chaotic, heavenly territory. This trip could only be put down for now. Time passed quickly. It didn't stop for anyone. It passed day by day. The effects of the sensation caused by Yi Shiwen also faded away with time. Several people would arrive every day at the Hidden Star Peak after Yi Shiwen had been grounded for a year. They'd hoped to see Yi Shiwen, who was undergoing closed-door training at the steep cliff of the Hidden Star Peak. They would often come to take a look at this temporary top heavens, pride, level expert of the younger generation. However, this sensation slowly quieted down like any other matter along with the passage of time, day by day, month by month. It had slowly disappeared from people's discussions too. No new news disseminated during the 1 year's time that Yi Shiwen spent grounded. It was indeed a short-lived fad. So, people forgot this person named Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was happy being idle since he could practice properly. He could comprehend the Tao principles without being disturbed by the others. To be continued. Half-step legendary ninth stage, there is a gap of one entire realm between Yi Shiwen and second god. Realm versus stage. Think of realm as an accomplishment in martial arts. But there are usually several stages that one must cross in order to attain one accomplishment. And one attains new powers and expertise with each new accomplishment. Sometimes these changes are qualitative. For example, if a semi-sage expert releases a certain amount of energy, it should be able to beat the same amount of energy released by an expert of lower realm. That's because the semi-sage level energy is qualitatively superior. The same can be said about one's physical strength. However, not many changes on the qualitative side occur with each new stage. Only quantitative changes occur. Chapter 404. 1 year passed. The Hidden Star Peak was still the same as it was 1 year ago. It was still tall and lofty. It still seemed as if it would pierce the sky. It had been nearly restored to normal appearance post the destruction caused by the startling battle that had taken place over a year ago. It had been the same since hundreds of thousands of years, somewhat desolate, but with a boundless presence. Ma Wenrui was an ordinary former disciple of the Heavenly Ocean Peak. This peak was situated in the vicinity of the Hidden Star Peak. He would pass through the Hidden Star Peak every day. He had done so for over 100 years. He had entered the true martial university over 100 years ago. He had traveled like this every day ever since because he wasn't an elite disciple. So, he wasn't qualified enough to reside on the Heavenly Ocean Peak. Therefore, he had to travel to the Heavenly Ocean Peak to attend lectures every day. Afterwards, he would return to the city. He passed through the Hidden Star Peak today as well, just like every other day. It was nothing special. He had been doing this for more than 100 years. However, the peak had turned a bit livelier over the last 2 years. The disciples of this peak had obtained a whole new level of respect in the eyes of the people. Huang Wuji, Yi Shiwen, Lu Yanlan, and Bai Jiansong were once unknown names. But the reputation of these individuals had slowly spread in these few years. Their reputation might brought more trouble to their doorstep. However, provoking them wasn't a good thing. The law enforcement hall had provoked them once. Several of their disciples had been slaughtered as a result, and one Heaven's Pride-level disciple had also died doing the same. This was disastrous loss. The war Dead Star Peak had also dared to provoke them once. Consequently, their chief had been chased around like a stray god. Even the Clear Sky Peak had provoked them once, and they were amongst the top 10 inheritances. Their Heaven's Pride-level expert had been killed in the end. Even the senior elder of the Clear Sky Peak had been put into a distressed situation by the joint attacks of Bai Jian Song and Lu Yanlan. So they weren't able to get any benefit in the end either. In fact, they had paid a huge price in order to get the approval of the high-level experts. However, their future chief had ended up getting killed in the end. Yet, they hadn't been able to obtain anything. This series of incidents had made the Hidden Star Peak famous. Many ordinary disciples had gotten unusually envious of them. The Hidden Star Peak was like a huge hornet nest. Poke any one of them, and that might provoke a bunch of people. Something like this naturally wasn't possible in other inheritances. Other inheritances had more than hundreds of thousands of disciples. So, only the super elites enjoyed such privileged treatment. Otherwise, those elders and superiors would have to deal with such matters all day long. Suddenly, Ma Wenrui felt an enormous pressure rise upon his heart. One could clearly see that countless black clouds had assembled in the sky, and they were moving in the Hidden Star Peak's direction. An exceptional heavenly tribulation hovered over the Hidden Star Peak. This attracted the attention of many people. The true Martial University was certain very large. However, it wasn't a big thing for these people with supernatural powers. Any activity in any area could easily attract the attention of several people, not to mention that this strange event was happening at the Hidden Star Peak. A majority of people had gradually forgotten the Hidden Star Peak after the big event that had taken place a year ago. However, several resolute and interested individuals hadn't forgotten about it. Ma Wenrui was panic-stricken since he realized that this heavenly tribulation was far beyond his imagination. It wasn't an ordinary tribulation that merely rained down thunder and lightning at its target. Rather, this one comprised of a group of lightning soldiers. All of them were clad in metal armors and held long spears in their hands. They were vigorously rushing towards the Hidden Star Peak to kill their target at this moment. This scene nearly scared him to death. He had seen such heterogeneous heavenly tribulations, but only in ancient books. However, he hadn't seen such a frightening, heterogeneous, heavenly tribulation in real life. Those soldiers possessed the strength of semi-sage realm. They possessed extremely tyrannical strength. Their bodies were condensed of lightning Tao principles, and magical symbols were floating around them. This spectacle would frighten anyone. The entire Hidden Star Peak had turned into a huge battlefield. Hundreds of lightning soldiers swept down like a rain of lightning and launched attacks. Each one of these attacks was an exceptionally horrifying martial art. A figure was marching back and forth among these lightning soldiers. His hands were like claws, and these claws were emitting golden light of Tao. Each time he attacked with his golden claws, a lightning soldier would get ripped apart. It would then transform into energy and would get absorbed by him. Yi Zaiwen's complexion was the same as usual. Even this many lightning soldiers couldn't make him anxious. This heavenly tribulation was more terrifying than the previous ones. This was comprised of an army of lightning soldiers. These were more dreadful than those lightning apes or the lightning demon beasts, and so on. It was as if the heavens will itself had taken form, and had crusaded against this evildoer since he had surpassed the tolerance and patience of the heavens. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's palm pierced through a lightning soldier. The tyrant body technique was operating throughout his body. That lightning soldier got absorbed by Yi Shiwen, and the transformed lightning went inside Yi Zaiwen's universe. A tremendous change was occurring inside Yi Zaiwen's universe, since he was absorbing endless amount of such formidable energy. The quantity of cosmic dust increased more and more. His universe had started to appear more and more like the real one. A new planet began to form inside the solar system by attracting and accumulating countless dusts. The planet finally took shape and began to revolve on its orbit around the sun. Each of these lightning soldiers was a terrifying expert of the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. An expert of the semi-sage realm would be an awful opponent for any other individual. However, they were unworthy in front of Yi Shiwen. It wasn't that these lightning soldiers were weak or anything. Rather, Yi Shiwen was too powerful. He had used this over a year's time to practice. The number of principles within his body had also reached the upper limit of his capacity. He had condensed 299 principles. Of course, the number of new Tao principles that he had condensed in this duration wasn't much. However, these newly condensed principles were 10 times more powerful than the ones he had condensed in the past. That was because the degree of condensation was very solid and deep. This had increased Yi Zaiwen's strength tremendously. In fact, his one causal punch could blast away a dozen experts of the initial stage of semi-sage realm at once. Yi Shiwen wasn't even afraid of the experts of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. Moreover, he would be able to condense 200 more Tao principles after he had crossed the heavenly tribulation. Then, had be able to beat an ordinary expert of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. Bang! 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 Those lightning soldiers would collaborate from time to time, but they still couldn't sway Yi Shiwen. In fact, he didn't even need to defend himself. He merely used his palm to grab and explode these lightning soldiers. Yi Shiwen had genuinely started to feel the benefits of laying a solid foundation. His foundation was very profound, and his strength was very tyrannical. As a result, he was crossing this tribulation quite easily. He might have succeeded in crossing this tribulation a year ago with the help of his strength. However, he wouldn't have crossed it this easily. Each of these lightning soldiers was only marginally weaker than the last year's Yi Shiwen. Therefore, their sheer number might have succeeded in defeating Yi Shiwen a year ago. However, Yi Shiwen could easily wrap them up at present. This was the advantage of laying a robust foundation and a profound martial power. Yi Shiwen was unaware that several people had gathered to see him cross the tribulation. They were nearly scared to death as they witnessed this. Each of those lightning soldiers appeared like a god to them. Each one of them had iron armors and long spears. It seemed as if these soldiers were on an expedition. However, they couldn't even withstand a few moves that Yi Shiwen casted. They were getting annihilated left and right. They were no match for him. The manner in which Yi Shiwen went about on a killing spree inside that group of lightning soldiers made it seem as if a god had descended into the mortal world. This left countless people to evaluate Yi Shiwen at an even higher level. In fact, nobody said anything regarding Yi Zaiwen's title of a Heaven's Pride level expert from the moment he began to cross this tribulation of the great, complete realm. Some people had questioned his title in the past. They had said that he hadn't yet reached the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. However, nobody would say that now. This heavenly tribulation was extremely scary, but it was evident that crossing it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Shiwen, judging by the power he was displaying. This also meant that Yi Shiwen would become even more terrifying after he had entered the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. Bang! 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 These lightning soldiers were ferocious and unafraid of death. They rushed forward one by one. Each of them displayed exquisite martial arts. However, they were too weak to compete against Yi Shiwen. They were slaughtered, one after the other. The heavenly tribulation ended. The planet Uranus had been fully condensed inside Yi Zaiwen's universe. The solar system had improved by one step. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's aura became uncontrollable, and it surged towards the sky. He had finally entered the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. Yi Zaiwen's aura got thicker, fuller and richer. It could be said that the earlier Yi Shiwen was like an unsheathed sword, sharp. But he was now like a sword that was inside the sheath. Not shining, but far more frightening. Yi Zaiwen's legendary level power had grown even richer after he entered the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. It had reached the level of perfection. That's why it was exhibiting such a rich feeling. Yi Shiwen felt a familiar yet strange energy flowing inside his body. It was different from what it had been in the past. It had previously seemed as if a huge barrier was blocking his way. However, this barrier had suddenly vanished. It seemed as if an unseen force had been firmly stopping him from having a breakthrough and condensing 300 Tao principles in his body. But this unseen power had suddenly vanished. Yi Shiwen promptly sat cross-legged. He began to absorb the power of the surrounding principles and started to condense them into Tao principles in the form of magical symbols inside his body. The Tao principles appeared like magical symbols as they began to spin inside his body. They gradually condensed and emitted a mysterious aura. 299, 300, 350, 400. The count of Tao principles inside Yi Zaiwen's body reached 400, and he started to feel that the accommodation of principles within his body had temporarily reached a saturation point. He would need to temper and refine his body further in order to go past the mark of 500 Tao principles. This amount was required to enter the later half of the semi-sage realm. However, Yi Zaiwen's fighting strength was already sufficient to compete with the top experts of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally entered the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm. His foundation had become very robust. This showed that he didn't possess less potential than those other Heaven's Pride-level experts. Yi Shiwen was extremely happy about this. The heavenly tribulation had just ended. A pretty figure appeared treading on the rainbow light and arrived on the hidden star peak. To be continued. Chapter 405. Yi Shiwen has successfully crossed the great, complete levels tribulation. His foundation must have reached perfection. His power must soar up high. Yes, reaching half-step Legendary's great complete realm is like turning into a dragon from a fish. He's no longer an ordinary person. It's not surprising that Yi Shiwen managed to kill that Titan guy. He has crossed an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. An average person would have met with an untimely death. However, Yi Shiwen treated it like it was nothing. Was that heavenly phoenix body who just passed by? Yes, that's her. I've seen her only once from afar at that. But why has she arrived at the hidden star peak? Several people were discussing about today's tribulation. Yi Shiwen had once again gained importance in everyone's eyes. Sister Hua. Yi Shiwen was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect that the person to arrive would be Hua Menghan. However, he saw a woman clad in black dress. She looked approximately 17 to 18 years old. Her eyebrows were black and curved. She had a tiny mouth and bright eyes. Her fluid glance moved like ripples. Her skin was as white as snow and had a jade-like texture. It was as if a fairy had descended on earth. Her beauty seemed pure and untainted. Wasn't this really Hua Menghan? Yi Shiwen saw her treading on the rainbow light. She arrived in front of him in an instant, like a streak of electric flash. He was greatly surprised by this. Hua Menghan had restrained her aura, but the principles were faintly fluctuating in her aura. She had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. She was surprisingly a bit faster than him in terms of cultivation. Long time no see, Sister Hua. You're still as elegant as before. Your cultivation is somewhat ahead of mine. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hua Menghan's progress had been incredibly fast. He had heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. He hadn't anticipated that Hua Menghan would turn out to be that heavenly phoenix body. Yi Shiwen had recently established his power and glory, but the other Heaven's Pride level experts had carried their own titles for a long time. In fact, people seemed to have forgotten their real names as the time had passed. Yi Shiwen had heard the name Heavenly Phoenix Body many times. However, he had never thought that it would be referring to Hua Menghan. However, it wasn't a big deal even if she had the Heavenly Phoenix Body. These Heaven's Pride level experts had magnificent, innate talent. In addition, many of them had special physiques. Moreover, their respective inheritances put their entire energy and resources to groom them. They could obtain the guidance of their seniors in case of any difficulty. The Hidden Star Peak was in a bit of a difficult position in this regard. In fact, it was far worse than the other inheritances in this regard. The first disciple Huang Wuji was perennially absent from the peak. The second sister was always undergoing vigorous, closed-door training. The third brother, by Jian Song, would also disappear occasionally. These three powerhouses were always a complete mess and were mostly focused on closed-door training. That was because they had to rely on their innate talents because it was hard to have breakthroughs. The other two disciples, namely Yang Wenjun and Deng Shui Xen, were slightly lacking in the aptitude section. They had recently stepped into the later stage of the semi-sage realm with the help of the complete version of the Hidden Star Scripture that Yi Shiwen had comprehended. The two of them had deep foundations as they had stepped into Legendary's great, complete realm several decades ago. So, they had suddenly obtained successive breakthroughs after they had comprehended the complete version of the Hidden Star Scripture. They had deep foundations, so they should be able to step into the sage realm before they came to a halt. However, there was no way to consistently get directions from the inheritance or the seniors at this peak. Therefore, the practice conditions of this peak's disciples couldn't be compared with those of the privileged Heaven's Pride level experts at the other ones. In fact, an average person would have given up if they were in their place. Thanks to the mysterious space, Yi Shiwen could comprehend all the martial arts techniques. He didn't need the guidance of the teachers and could well walk on his own. Otherwise, he would have fallen far behind based on the aptitude he had. However, this came with a heavy requirement for Spirit Dawn. Hua Menghan smiled faintly. Her fine black hair was covered with a shawl. She was as elegant as a fairy. Her demeanor had become deeper as her cultivation had become more profound. She was standing in front of him at this moment. However, she could fly up and get anywhere anytime. Where have you been all this time? I heard that you also killed that Titan body. It has caused a huge sensation in the true martial university. Hua Menghan spoke in her mellowed, sweet voice. Yi Shiwen smiled bitterly. This matter had gained him a lot of fame. However, he hadn't intended it. He and the Titan guy had been mortal enemies from the beginning. So, there was no way he would have held back. The two of them walked side by side on the lane of the Hidden Star Peak. The setting sun was sketching a beautiful portrait in the background. Their shadows were long cast on a lane that no one had used in a long time. So, it had turned somewhat desolate and bleak. Various kinds of herbs and fruits had overgrown at its edges, and the ones growing on the lane itself were gently brushing against their hands and leaving faint prints. We are the people of Jianghu. We are bound to go through pain and suffering, Yi Shiwen replied with a smile. Hua Menghan chuckled and spoke. Don't talk about pain and suffering. So many people in the true martial university are envious of you now. As if the bird has finally raised its head and revealed itself in the forest. Yi Shiwen indifferently said. Then he changed the topic. However, one can only reach the top by overcoming the obstacles. I know this is your style. Hua Menghan looked at Yi Shiwen and spoke. I knew long ago that your heart had big desires. A Yuan school couldn't entrap you, and the true Martial University won't be able to contain you either. Ha ha ha, you have more confidence in me than I do. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. They were suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. They remained silent for a moment and walked ahead. A long while passed. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, "There are many things in this world which don't happen according to one's wishes. And then we are left with no choices. I wish to walk on this road, and I wish to walk to the top. And one day the road will end. My fate is under my control, not the heavens." It's very important for you, isn't it? Hua Menghan asked this question out of the blue. Yi Shiwen replied somewhat doubtfully. You have always gone very fast. You never care about the scenery that you leave behind. You just keep going farther and farther away. Hua Menghan said. Yi Shiwen was somewhat speechless. Perhaps Hua Menghan was right. He had never harbored a sense of belonging to this world. He cared about his close relatives, but he had never cared about other stuff. In fact, he hardly cared about anything. That was the reason why neither Yuan School nor the true Martial University would be able to contain him. He genuinely possessed a heart with big desires. It seemed as if he just couldn't find any other thing to be worthy of his attention and care. Yi Shiwen looked at Hua Menghan. He didn't realize that the sun had already set. The moon had quietly climbed up the sky. The somewhat ice-cold moonlight had started to sprinkle on the earth. Hua Menghan looked extraordinarily delicate and beautiful under the moonlight. Her aura also appeared somewhat magical and fairy-like. It was difficult to put his heart's feeling in words. He didn't know what to say. It was a beautiful and charming scene, somewhat like the first time he had met her. I didn't expect that the sister Hua would turn out to be Heavenly Phoenix body with the blood of the ancient Heavenly Phoenix. Yi Shiwen spoke. Yi Mo had told him that the Heavenly Phoenix possessed the noblest blood among all the phoenixes. They were the strongest among all the phoenixes, and were called the King of Phoenixes. Their status could be compared with the 9-clawed golden dragon of the dragon race. However, the Heavenly Phoenix race had disappeared without a trace long ago. Hua Menghan wanted to say this aloud, but didn't. Rather, she muttered to herself, I would rather not have this bloodline. It's too heavy a burden to shoulder. Too heavy. Then she abruptly smiled. Her bright smile blossomed like a spring flower. It was devastatingly beautiful. I may never be able to catch up with you, if I'm not quicker. Yi Shiwen gawked for a second. It seemed as if he was still trying to figure out what she meant by that. Nothing. Forget what I just said. Hua Menghan spoke with a smile. I have come here for a reason. Do you know about the chaotic heavenly territory? Yi Shiwen became serious and replied, Yes, I know. It's located in the foreign territory. There's a lot of chaos in the chaotic heavenly territory. The people of the true martial world weren't the only ones to visit it. It was home to many escaped criminals from the other regions. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was very chaotic. In fact, many experts of the great sage realm and above could be found in the depths of the chaotic heavenly territory. They were the self-proclaimed kings of their territories. But the areas closer to the true martial world were less dangerous, since the experts found they weren't too powerful. After all, there were too many experts inside the true martial world. The great sage experts were also in abundance. So, the unaffiliated experts and criminals of great sage realm didn't dare to come in the vicinity of the true martial world. I have recently come out from my closed-door training. In planning to proceed towards the chaotic heavenly territory for practice. So, would you like to go together? Hua Menghan asked. The others have already entered the chaotic heavenly territory. Yi Shiwen knew that Hua Menghan meant the other Heaven's Pride level experts. Well, why not? My punishment sentence will end in a few days. Then we can go together. Yi Shiwen had been planning to go to the chaotic heavenly territory. It was a coincidence that Hua Menghan also wanted to go. Now, they could go together as companions. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Zaiwen's punishment also ended. Nobody had put surveillance on him. However, Yi Shiwen didn't wish to challenge the dignity of the university either. The house arrest ended very quietly. Yi Shiwen had already flown away into the endless void along with Hua Menghan by the time some people remembered that it was time for his punishment to end. There was endless void outside the true martial world on the way to the chaotic, heavenly territory. They had to fly past millions of feet-thick atmosphere. They had to make their way through the thunder and lightning. There were different kinds of extremely frightening astral winds in the way as well. These winds could easily blast a truth-level expert to death. They could even blow away the experts of legendary realm and cause serious injuries to them. It was indeed a very dangerous place. However, both of them were top experts. Hua Menghan had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm, and Yi Zaiwen's gilded tyrant form was very tyrannical. Hua Menghan was wrapped in a layer of silver-white flame. The astral winds that struck her body would get burnt into fragments by this flame. Yi Zaiwen's gilded tyrant form was discharging golden rays of light. He merely allowed the astral winds to caress his body. He wouldn't get swayed at all. Even so, the two of them had to face difficulties as they moved ahead. They flew nonstop for 2 days and covered several hundred kilometers. The thick atmosphere of the true martial world is extremely terrifying. The Earth's atmosphere doesn't even come close. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh and muttered to himself. They had faced many difficulties during their flight. The true martial world's atmosphere was much higher and thicker than that of the Earth's. It was extremely dangerous as well. Only sage experts could freely travel through it. It was very difficult for the semi-sage experts to pass through it, and the ordinary legendary experts would get blown away and sustain serious injuries. Yi Shiwen had arrived in the foreign territory once before, but he had used the transportation portal. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pass through this atmosphere since he only had the strength of legendary realm back then. To be continued. Chapter 406. One would see a grandiose sky if they'd look down from the endless void above. The sky appeared endless and stretched as far as one's gaze could reach. This area was known as the chaotic, heavenly territory. The chaotic, heavenly territory was extremely big. It wasn't just some small territory. It was even bigger than the true martial world. It was easier to lose one's way in this boundless star ocean than in the sea. One must know that getting deviated from the intended direction in a huge sea might not turn out to be fatal. However, one might get separated from their destination by thousands of miles if one would deviate from their route in this endless void. Then, they wouldn't be able to find their destination. Therefore, one must have the star map for directional guidance. Hua Menghan possessed one such star map. It wasn't difficult for an expert of her caliber to obtain one. Her current level wasn't very high, so she could only access the layers of this territory that were in the vicinity of the true martial world using the star map she possessed. However, it was possible to use these star maps to access the depths as well. Therefore, these star maps were considered as treasures in the true martial world. These star maps were also considered as important strategic resources. Just like the other forces, the true martial university had also maintained fixed levels to access the depths of the chaotic, heavenly territory for treasure hunting, and so on. The possession of a more accurate star map would obviously ensure one's safety to a greater extent. The safety and security of the experts was very important. So, different people could access different layers. This would be in accordance with their levels. The true martial university had once ruled the entire true martial world. The true martial university had sent out their entire manpower to explore the chaotic, heavenly territory for resources at that time. Consequently, the true martial university had obtained the most accurate star map. Many other forces had been eyeing this star map. and they had repeatedly tried to get their hands on one. However, the most accurate star map was in the hands of the supreme authority of the true Marshall University. Other people only possessed the star maps of different precision and layers, as per their ranks. However, even a primary level star map was enough for Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. They didn't intend to go into the depths of chaotic, heavenly territory in any case. Venturing to the depths at their current levels was no different than throwing one's own life away. However, Yi Shiwen soon realized that this starry region was nothing like what he had imagined. It wasn't even remotely a silent and quiet place. On the contrary, one could get slaughtered at anywhere. Be careful. We would be going straight into a region controlled by star beasts if this map is correct. Hua Menghan warned. A large number of star beasts were stationed in this starry void. These star beasts were extremely strange. They could somehow survive without air. Going into this region was extremely dangerous. Several star beasts emerged out of nowhere and surrounded them as soon as Hua Menghan's voice faded. These star beasts were even more tyrannical than the ones Yi Shiwen had encountered in the foreign battlefield. Each of these star beasts was pitch black. Their entire body was covered with scales. These fish-type star beasts had ominous fangs, and each of them looked extremely powerful. They nearly possessed the strength of legendary 8th or 9th stage. Their leader was at semi-sage realm. It was exceptionally powerful. Puff! 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 Each of these fanged star beasts spat water spears in unison. These attacks were centered at Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. Yi Shiwen didn't get enough time to attack, but Hua Menghan had already launched one. A flaming lotus appeared in her hand. It then expanded to face the attacks. Bang! A huge explosion occurred. The flaming lotus exploded among those strange, fish-like star beasts. The terrifying temperature of the explosion destroyed those strange, fish-like beasts. They couldn't even approach those two. The chief fish-like star beast was at the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. It was wounded by the flaming lotus explosion. So, it roared as it opened its big mouth and ferociously rushed towards Yi Shiwen to bite him. Its big mouth nipped at Yi Shiwen, and the void was broken into pieces. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Shiwen dodged and rushed up. He sneered, his big hand stretched out towards that chief strange, fish-like beast to grab it. This strange headfish was extremely tyrannical, so much so that it could bite an ordinary expert of initial stage of the semi-sage realm to death. However, how could Yi Shiwen be taken lightly? Even an expert of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm was no match for him. He could effortlessly grab this chief strange fish. It was a piece of cake for him. Roar! The chief fish was caught by Yi Shiwen. It roared, screamed, and struggled. However, Yi Shiwen's giant golden hand had firmly grabbed it. Bang! This huge strange fish was the size of a small mountain, but Yi Shiwen pinched to explosion. It got transformed into a mass of blood fog. Its flesh was absorbed by the heavenly source mirror, and its inner core was absorbed by Yi Shiwen. This replenished the solar system in his universe. His solar system hadn't been perfected yet. Yi-Mo was absorbing the accumulated flesh and blood inside the heavenly source mirror. He sat cross-legged as he floated over the blood pond. He constantly extracted the energy from the star colossus so that he could use it to strengthen himself and upgrade the heavenly source mirror. The heavenly source mirror's combat power was already knocking on the door of the sage realm. It would finally complete the first step of its restoration if it could cross this gateway. Moreover, Yi-Mo would be able to condense his own body. He would finally be able to separate his soul from the mirror then. Therefore, Yi-Mo was exceptionally careful in upgrading the heavenly source mirror. A majority of the primary spirit dawn they had received in the last 1 year had been absorbed by the heavenly source mirror. So, it had made successive breakthroughs. However, it wasn't that simple to break through to the sage realm. The Heavenly Source Mirror was better than the other divine tools because it was a high-grade tool. It was only broken and incomplete at present, nothing more. However, it could enhance itself as long as there was sufficient energy. This was its biggest advantage. Other divine tools had to face one tribulation after another for each subsequent upgrade. In fact, they must suffer a lot before they could become a sage tool. The sage realm was a very large watershed for martial experts, and it was same for the divine tools. A tool would gradually begin to gain its own spirit once it had become a sage tool. Thereafter, its strength would increase very significantly. Some tools might even gain their own body like Yemo would. No matter whether it was an expert or a divine tool, they would become extraordinary once the sage word was attached to them. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan were extraordinary. Hua Menghan's flame had effortlessly grabbed the star beasts in that vast area and had then burnt them to death in one fell swoop. Her attack could deal with a large numbers of enemies with ease. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to admit defeat in front of such an attack. He had no choice but to acknowledge that Hua Menghan was more powerful than him in this regard. The two of them joined forces and continued to exterminate the beasts along their route. They had soon eradicated the star beasts of this area. However, this was just the beginning. The true martial university was in the vicinity, so those star beasts weren't considered very strong. They weren't like the sage realm and the great sage realm star beasts that were present in the depths of this starry space. They proceeded towards a nearby assembly point. This place was known as the Wind Dragon City. They continued to eradicate the beasts that came in their way. There were many cities in this vast starry space. These cities were treated as nodal points in this mesh of stars. The Wind Dragon City was a nearby assembly point. It was a big city and had a population of over 1 million. Many experts who traveled in the void would choose these cities to stop over for some time. The Wind Dragon City was regarded as a tyrannical place in the region. It had been reported that the city lord was a senior expert of great sage, complete realm. He was alone a deterring force, and the experts of the nearby areas didn't dare to act presumptuous in front of him. This starry space was similar to the exile places on Earth. Many experts who could no longer stay in the true martial world had escaped into the void. So, the people who came here were often rebellious and unruly fellows. It was impossible to deter these guys without being tyrannical. This starry space might seem close to the true martial world. However, the distance between the chaotic heavenly territory and the true martial world was over 30,000 kilometers. How could it be easy to arrive there? A distance of 30,000 kilometers wouldn't have been a problem if the conditions on the way were normal and stable. However, the presence of star beasts and astral winds had made it a dangerous place. These beasts were always ready to incite trouble. These two had to move side by side and were forced to exterminate the star beasts they met in order to advance. This would lend them great benefits in the future because exterminating these star beasts was an important task. The true martial university and the other forces undertook this task very seriously. One must know that there was unending internal chaos among the forces of the true martial world. However, they would all unite when it came to dealing with foreign aggression. This foreign aggression was mostly headed by two groups. One was the Devil World. They would poke their nose into the true martial world's affairs from time to time. And the second was the Star Beasts. An enormous threat might be posed for the true martial world if a star colossus were to take birth among these star beasts present in the starry space. After all, what was the reason behind the true martial university's decline? They had opposed the invasion of a star colossus and had thoroughly declined as a result. This had given an opportunity to the other forces to rise. Therefore, the true martial university and the other forces took it as an important duty to eradicate these star beasts from time to time. They had been collectively killing star beasts for many years. It wasn't easy for a powerful star beast to take birth among these small and weak star beasts. However, there was always such danger. Moreover, these star beasts reproduced very quickly, so it was required to wipe them out timely. Otherwise, they could pose a huge threat to the true martial world even without the leadership of a star colossus. Moreover, so many of these star beasts would make people's life difficult if they weren't exterminated from time to time. However, no one came to clean up the area frequently. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan advanced towards the Wind Dragon City and continued to exterminate the star beasts throughout their route. To be continued. Chapter 407. The two of them flew towards the Wind Dragon City and continued to wipe out the star beasts that came in their way. They flew continuously for 10 days and 10 nights and finally got close to the Wind Dragon City. They didn't take any rest during these 10 days and nights, and they continued to slaughter the star beasts. Yi Shiwen was unceasingly absorbing the star core, either to transform his universe or to strengthen his principles. He had undergone a number of upgrades in a short span of time. The principles he had recently condensed couldn't be compared with the ones he had done earlier. He had been using the star cores as nourishment. His growth speed had been nearly 10 times that of an average person, thanks to the non-stop and crazy struggle with these star beasts for 10 whole days. Hua Menghan's cultivation had also become more pure and proficient. She was just one step away from entering the later stage of the semi-sage realm. She was about to enter the later stage of the semi-sage realm. However, this wasn't the biggest surprise for Yi Shiwen. Rather, it was that the restoration process of Heavenly Source Mirror. It had reached the completion of the first step after it had absorbed the flesh and blood of countless star beasts. Yi Mo had dived deeper inside the mirror to complete the restoration. The Heavenly Source Mirror would perhaps be restored to the Sage Realm after the completion of this step. It would be able to provide a huge assistance to Yi Shiwen thereafter. Yi Shiwen would certainly be able to compete with the Sage experts with this Sage tool in his hands once he had entered the later stage of the Semi-Sage Realm. He wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous situation. However, it must be assumed that his Sage-level opponent wouldn't possess a Sage tool of their own. Not all Sage experts possess Sage tools. Only the wealthy and outstanding Sage experts kept Sage tools. These two individuals had continuously flown for 10 days and 10 nights. They had flown at full strength and had unceasingly exterminated the star beasts along the way. An average person would have already died if they were in their place. However, these two weren't ordinary people. The fast regeneration speed of Hua Menghan's Heavenly Phoenix Bodis magical power could frighten anyone, and Yi Zaiwen's Gilded Tyrant form was extremely intrepid. He had only used his body to beat so many star beasts to death. He hadn't used his real elemental energy at all. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about anything, and forged their path with the blood of the star beasts. There were many other common threats present in this starry sky, such as meteorites, the space turbulence, as well as the rogue chaos that floated in the space, the magnetic field storms, and so on. They hadn't experienced these things in the past. Both of them were Heaven's Pride-level experts, but they still had to face great difficulties in dealing with these unusual situations. Yi Shiwen knew about some of these things from his previous life. However, he had never experienced them in person. He had never cared to find out more about them either. After all, he had never thought that he would be walking inside the void of the universe in person. Even a truth-level expert had the ability to survive in the space. However, the sheer amount of dangers present in the space was unimaginable. One would be lost forever if one didn't possess the strength of Semi-Sage Realm. In fact, even the Semi-Sage experts only dared to travel on the edge of this space. They didn't dare to penetrate inside. The existence of a human expert was too tiny in this vast universe. Yi Shiwen, a turbulent group of meteorites, is flying towards us. Hua Menghan gently alerted Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen raised his head to look forward. He saw several thousand meteorites in the distant space. They were rapidly approaching them. It seemed as if there was some kind of unseen attraction force in play that was attracting those meteorites towards them. It seemed like a long-range raid of the meteorites was approaching from very far away. Soon, this group of meteorites wasn't too far from them. These two couldn't hide or dodge, even if they tried to. This universe might seem vacuum and empty at one glance. However, it was brimming with all kinds of magnetic fields. The power of these two individuals wasn't enough to send out their divine senses very far away from themselves. That was why they had discovered this group of meteorites only when it had come so close. This was also the reason why they were constantly bumping into star beasts and were forced to slaughter their way out every time. This was all because the search range of their divine sense wasn't very long. Therefore, there was no way to avoid such meaningless fights. However, there were no formidable star beasts present here. Fortunately, these two would rarely come across the star beasts of the semi-sage realm. Moreover, Yi Shiwen could deal with two semi-sage beasts at once without breaking a sweat. "Sister, you take a break first. Let me deal with it." Yi Shiwen laughed out loud and said, "Okay." Hua Menghan smiled as she looked at Yi Shiwen. He was still beaming with energy and vigor, but she looked tired. Each of these experts possessed martial arts within their bodies to keep them energized. Capable experts like these two wouldn't be affected even if they didn't sleep for 1 or 10 years under normal circumstances. However, fighting continuously like this was a different thing. It must have exhausted their minds. Her heavenly phoenix Bodis had indeed restored her real elemental energy very quickly, and that would have saved her body from getting tired. However, the exhaustion of one's mind and spirit couldn't be avoided. However, Yi Shiwen was different. His gilded tyrant form was exceptionally tyrannical. He possessed incredible strength even when he didn't use his real elemental energy. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had often come across such long and excruciating battles in the past. His battles had often lasted for several days and several nights. He had experienced the most number of fights among all the Heaven's Pride-level experts. He had never experienced the privileged and favorable practice conditions that were bestowed upon the other Heaven's Pride-level experts. Rather, he had constantly struggled to slaughter his way up to this level. He was self-made and had earned his success from the battles he had fought thus far. Fighting for several days and nights was normal for him. Clang! The sword intention appeared in Yi Zaiwen's hand and rumbled loudly. It suddenly expanded and transformed into a huge sword. He then brandished the sword towards those meteorites to chop them down at once. Bang! 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 The sword intention chopped up those meteorites into fine pieces. This task might have been very troublesome for an ordinary expert of the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. They could have been knocked down by this group of meteorites if caught off guard. However, it seemed like nothing to Yi Shiwen. Hua Menghan immediately followed after Yi Shiwen as he rushed through that group of meteorites. She said, "You don't consider these meteorites anything, isn't it?" She obviously wasn't afraid of these meteorites either. Her heavenly flame could burn these meteorites to ashes. Even Yi Shiwen had been flattered by her large-scale attack, since it could easily take on large groups. In fact, he had been stunned by her ability. However, Yi Shiwen had an upper hand when it came to the ease involved in his way to deal with groups. That was because he didn't need to consume too much real elemental energy, unlike her. Yi Shiwen laughed mischievously and spoke. "Sister, you are flattering me. This is just a sword technique I've recently learnt. It's extremely sharp and swift." "Buried person's sword!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. A sword intention appeared in his hand. It appeared like some form of a mystical entity. It then exploded into countless sword shadows. They overwhelmingly spread out towards the group of meteorites to chop them down. Bang! 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 Those meteorites had been chopped and reduced to dust by that bright sword beam. The sight was similar to the most dazzling fireworks in the sky. Yi Shiwen had already practiced the buried sword secrets to the perfection level. He initially hadn't understood many of the concepts, but he had come to understand them now. The road to practice the swordsmanship to perfection was simply disastrous. Buried person, buried earth, buried heaven, and then the great nirvana at last. The great nirvana could break everything in existence and reestablish a very new great Tao. It had sounded awesome in Yumo's words. However, one couldn't always get the opportunity to practice it to the peak level. The existing world must be shattered and a new sword world must be reestablished in order to practice it to the peak level. However, even the thought of that was impossible. The world would have been destroyed countless times in the last 8 billion years if it could be shattered so easily. However, the first 3 moves were still usable, and the buried sword secret was still considered as the supreme sword technique. It was the move that had been practiced by the expert who had fought head-on with the star colossus that could swallow planets and stars. It wouldn't have attracted the disciples of the true martial university if it wasn't good enough. Sister, what do you say? Do you like this technique? Yi Shiwen asked with a smile. It's quite fierce. It's difficult to learn and use this supreme technique of sword cultivation. Hua Menghan nodded and said. She felt that Yi Shiwen looked like a child who was happily flaunting his treasure before her. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. However, she also had a nice fuzzy feeling, as if some ripples were bubbling in her heart. I can teach you if you wish to learn. Yi Shiwen offered with a smile. No, I don't need to have a sword cultivation technique. This sword power technique can be a bit beneficial. However, it's nothing in the long run. Hua Menghan shook her head and refused. After all, a majority of people had their own path they must follow. She knew that her road had been paved since the beginning of the awakening of the heavenly phoenix body. It was certainly a fabulous road. However, she didn't have many choices. Moreover, the recent awakening of her blood had presented her with many magical power techniques. They could scare a person to death if displayed. Her cultivation had reached such an extent in such a short span of time. The great contributions of those magical power techniques couldn't be ignored. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen hadn't chosen any path. He possessed a big heart and great ambitions. He wanted to walk on the road of martial arts. He wanted to use all sorts of martial techniques. Merely sticking to one road didn't suit him. Hua Menghan didn't wish to learn. So Yi Shiwen didn't insist. The understanding between the both of them had advanced by leaps and bounds after they had fought together for several days and nights. The mutual trust between them had also progressed greatly. Yi Shiwen wouldn't have said such a thing to her so abruptly in the past. However, it came out of his mouth quite naturally at this moment. Some unknown feelings had started to arouse between them. We must quickly rush to the Wind Dragon City and take proper rest. Hua Menghan's beautiful face revealed traces of exhaustion. Yeah. Yi Shiwen nodded. Their speed was extremely fast. They trod on the rainbow light and quickly moved in the empty space. They appeared like a streak of electric light. They had soon flown for another day and night. However, they had started to feel more and more heat for some reason. They looked in the star map and found a white dwarf in the vicinity. It used to be a star once. However, it had perished and transformed into a white dwarf. So, it was silently hanging nearby. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from afar. A group of warriors came flying out of nowhere. They blocked Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan's path and glared at them coldly. To be continued. Chapter 408. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from afar. A group of warriors came out flying out of nowhere. They blocked Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan's way and coldly glared at them. Who are you two? How dare you come here? Don't you know that this is young Master Feng's restricted territory? One of those individuals flew out and shouted coldly. A bunch of tyrannical divine senses swept all over. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan immediately became anxious. Hundreds of tyrannical divine senses had performed soul searches across this area, all at once. Most of these divine senses belonged to experts of the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. However, many among them also belonged to the ones at the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. There was no legendary expert among them. It was quite difficult for legendary experts to move freely in the void of the universe. They could at most travel between some assembly nodal points, that too under the leadership of semi-sage experts only. However, they would basically be a burden. But Yi Shiwen was completely different. He was even more ferocious than the experts of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan hadn't anticipated that they would bump into a gang of experts and meddle with their business. At least hundreds of strong divine senses were floating in the vicinity, and each one was of the semi-sage level. There was surely a big conspiracy in play, since so many semi-sage experts were gathered at one place, and these two had suddenly intruded into their territory. It was obviously impossible for the opposite party to maintain a good countenance. "Excuse us. We had no intention to offend you." Yi Shiwen calmly spoke. "We will leave immediately." Their priority was to rush to the Wind Dragon City. They would obviously prefer to have one less trouble on the way. You think you can come and go as you want. That's wishful thinking. It just so happens that this man's aptitude is better among these two. He's freely roaming in the space, even though he has the trivial strength of the legendary realm. We can capture him and turn him into a slave. And that woman is extremely beautiful. We can capture her and offer her to young Master Feng as his 326th mistress. Ha ha! He will give us enormous rewards. I'm just afraid these two are probably the disciples of some big school. What are you afraid of? Isn't our young Master Feng using a matrix method to extract the core of that white dwarf? He's also looking for a way to devour the core. He can make a breakthrough into the sage realm after that. Then he will be able to oppress everyone in this vicinity with his tyranny. There's nothing to be afraid of. These people were discussing without any hesitation in front of Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. They obviously looked down on these two, perhaps because they considered these two individuals to be like the meat placed on a chopping block. It seemed as if they just needed to decide how to chop and when to chop. Yi Shiwen immediately raised his eyebrow. An angry look appeared on his face. He hadn't wished to get involved in this matter. However, it seemed like the other party had now given him enough reasons to get involved. Hua Menghan frowned. A disgusted look appeared on her face. The opposite party's obscene words had made her furious. She felt disgusted. "Brothers, attack!" one of the experts shouted. Several dozen experts of the initial stage of the semi-sage realm emerged from behind and surrounded Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. They were looking at the two of them with malicious intentions. They were drooling over the beautiful Hua Menghan in particular. "It seems like we don't have any choice but to slaughter them." Yi Shiwen used his divine sense to communicate this to Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan nodded. Neither of them wanted to indulge in a fight with these people. They didn't want to fight an unnecessary battle, but these people didn't wish to let them go. "Attack!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. "Strike first and gain the upper hand, or suffer." Yi Shiwen knew this well. He shot fire clouds, falling sky-hand. It appeared like a boundless burning cloud as it advanced towards those people to grab them. These semi-sage experts weren't some ordinary people. They responded almost immediately. "This man has dared to launch an attack on us. He's courting death. I've changed my mind. I don't wish to make him a slave anymore. I want him dead. Destroy his soul too, so that he can never reincarnate again." That semi-sage expert wasn't a good person. He had been enraged by Yi Shiwen. And so he ordered in an angry manner. The fire cloud's falling sky hand went across the vast space. It seemed as if its energy would swallow the entire world. The attack appeared majestic. It seemed as if a heavenly hand had swept down to burn down the whole world. Bang! 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 The attacks of those experts of semi-sage realm were instantly grabbed by the fire cloud's falling sky hand and were crushed into fine powder. However, the hand didn't stop here. The hand then rushed towards those semi-sage experts to grasp them. Bang! 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 Those semi-sage experts were grabbed by Yi Zaiwen's fire cloud's falling sky hand. Then he crushed them. Those experts of the initial stage of semi-sage realm were turned into blood fog. They were no match for Yi Shiwen. They weren't even as good as those lightning soldiers. Not to mention, Yi Zaiwen's strength had increased countless times after he had crossed that heavenly tribulation. Now, he was far more tyrannical than he was before. Hua Menghan had also begun to attack. Her jade hands unleashed several secret seal techniques. The entire world suddenly began to heat up in an abnormal manner. The world began to burn as if it was set on fire. Everything in the radius of 5 kilometers had submerged in a burning sea of silver-white flames. This looked extremely scary. Those experts of the initial stage of semi-sage realm didn't get the time to escape. They were burned alive. They were reduced to ashes within seconds. Several experts of the intermediate stage of semi-sage realm couldn't take on these flames either. They met with the same fate. They possessed far more tyrannical skills than those experts of the initial stage of semi-sage realm did. Therefore, they didn't burn to death in an instant like their weaker comrades had. However, it was even more horrible for them since they suffered extreme pain. First, their principles burned down. Then their bodies and finally their souls got exterminated. Their obscene words had thoroughly infuriated Hua Menghan. So, she had started to use her most fierce attacks. She hadn't held anything back. These so-called subordinates of young Master Feng didn't know that they had messed with the wrong people this time. However, they quickly realized that these two weren't some random cultivators with no background. One was extremely fierce, while the other was very spicy. "Stop! How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are?" An incomparably terrified semi-sage expert spoke up. He was an expert of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. He had just played the role of the leader a moment ago. However, he was no match for Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. These two individuals weren't ordinary people. The ordinary semi-sage realm experts were practically no match for them. Yi Shiwen sneered. The Hans Han seal pounded down from above. This semi-sage realm expert was smashed and turned into blood fog. He couldn't even fight back. He would have never been able to stop Yi Zaiwen's attack. That was because even a causal fist attack of Yi Zaiwen's carried the power released by the combined attacks of dozens of experts of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. Yi Shiwen slaughtered several experts of semi-sage realm in a matter of moments. They simply didn't stand a chance against these two. They were preparing to leave when suddenly a loud shout sounded. "Who are you two? Do you wish to die?" A big hand cut open the void and advanced towards Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan to grab them. A terrifying power was boiling upon that hand. This power was invoking a grandiose pressure on those two. Yi Shiwen wasn't deterred one bit. He used his hands to counter. They got shrouded in endless golden light and ripped that big hand apart. "Sister Hua, let's get out of here, quickly!" Yi Shiwen shouted. This big hand turned out to be of a peak expert of the later stage of semi-sage realm. Neither of these two could match him. Hua Menghan trod on the rainbow light without any hesitation and immediately flew away. Her speed wasn't slow, even when compared with the speed of Yi Zaiwen's devil wings. She possessed a top-tier agility technique. She had traveled 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Yi Zaiwen's speed wasn't slow either. He opened his devil wings and followed after Hua Menghan. Bang! That big hand grasped down as soon as Yi Shiwen left. The entire space was caught by that big hand. A large section of the surrounding space collapsed, and the chaos leaked out from the other side. Damn it! Don't you ever make young Master Feng see you again, or else. The angry voice of a young man sounded from direction of the White Dwarf. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan flew away for hundreds of miles. They came to a halt after they realized that nobody was pursuing them. Both of them were gasping for breath. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. They wouldn't pursue us till here. Hua Menghan said, "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded. They had flown hundreds of miles away from there, and the opposite party hadn't pursued them. There was obviously some reason that had kept them there. There must have been a reason why they hadn't chased after these two. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen recalled what one of those experts had said. It seemed like they were about to extract the core of the White Dwarf. One could imagine how precious the core of a star could be. It was the essence of the entire star. The White Dwarf was a dead star. However, its core was still a priceless treasure. However, the entire White Dwarf could explode if one wasn't careful. The power of the explosion would be extremely terrifying. Everyone in the proximity of countless miles would be killed. Sister, you proceed to the Wind Dragon City. I will join you later. Yi Shiwen said, "What are you going to do?" Hua Menghan asked, "I'm going to give them a pleasant surprise." Yi Shiwen laughed mischievously and stated. His eyes glittered like the tip of a sharp weapon. "That's extremely dangerous. They have an expert of the later stage of the semi-sage realm, and it seems like there's more than one. You won't be able to deal with them alone." Hua Menghan spoke in a worried tone. "Relax. There won't be a problem. They can't catch me with the kind of speed they possess." Yi Shiwen tried to console Hua Menghan. He wasn't consoling her with nonsense. One must know that an average person couldn't match the speed of Yi Zaiwen's devil wings. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had also perfected his tyrant body technique till the 6th layer. He wasn't an opponent for the opposite party. However, it would be impossible for them to kill him in an instant. And his Phoenix regeneration technique, with its super-fast regeneration speed, would quickly restore him back to normal if they weren't able to kill him in an instant. In effect, he was an opponent of the experts of the later stage of semi-sage realm, but they must also give up on the idea of taking him down. "All right, I will also come with you," Hua Menghan stated. She was still worried for Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the vulgar words of those people had made her extremely angry. "You don't need to come. It will be easier if I go alone. I know that I'm not capable of defeating them. However, they can't take me down either. I wish to give them a pleasant surprise this time," Yi Shiwen stated as he laughed. To be continued. Chapter 409. Hua Menghan didn't insist after she listened to Yi Shiwen. She knew that Yi Shiwen would only say something like this when he was confident. Several people had said that Yi Shiwen was extremely arrogant and rampant. However, that was only true when he was attacked and was compelled to counterattack. He wasn't stupid, and his thought process was also reasonable. Yi Shiwen hadn't entered the semi-sage realm yet. However, Hua Menghan knew that Yi Shiwen wasn't inferior to her. In addition, he was far more suitable than her for these circumstances. Yi Shiwen flew back without any hesitation after he had bid farewell to Hua Menghan. He had hidden his presence by operating the restraining breath technique. The golden divine beam on Yi Zaiwen's devil wings had been shrouded by thick black fog along with his entire body. Therefore, he could move ahead unseen. He was perfectly camouflaged in this pitch-black space. Yi Shiwen slowly approached that white dwarf. He saw that a massive matrix formation was covering that white dwarf. It looked extremely mysterious. Some incomprehensible energy was wandering inside it. For elderly experts of the later stage of the semi-sage realm were sitting cross-legged around that barrier. They were kneading with their finger to maintain a profound seal technique. A 20-year-old young man was sitting cross-legged over this formation. He looked quite handsome, yet strangely demonic. He was clad in a magnificent robe. The power inside the barrier was bubbling up towards him. His complexion was extremely ugly at this moment. An extremely evil look was present on his handsome face. "Damn it! Don't let me catch you, or I will crush your bones and burn you to ashes," the young man said with an evil expression on his handsome face. He was the one who had launched an attack on Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had managed to escape. The tyrannical expression on his face had distorted his handsome look. He looked extremely frightening. "I will find those two bastards after I'm done swallowing the inner core of the white dwarf and made my breakthrough into the sage realm. They must be killed because they've committed the crime of opposing our Feng clan." Young Master Feng roared like a lion whose tail had been stepped on. "Young Master Feng, don't be impatient. I've already sent out a message out. I've asked our Feng clan's forces to look for the whereabouts of those two individuals. They can't run away, but they are probably the disciples of one of the forces of the true martial world. This matter can be troublesome later." One of those four old men opened his mouth and spoke. "The true martial world. So what? It doesn't matter who they are or where they've come from. Those who dare to provoke our Feng clan shall be punished." Young Master Feng roared. Fortunately, he was busy in maintaining the seal technique and couldn't afford to cause any chaos right now. Young Master Feng will enter the sage realm once he swallows the inner core. Then he will become the main focus of our clan's resources and nurturing. He will be able to mobilize more experts of our clan. Then we can even make the true martial world's Heaven's Pride level experts disappear without any traces if they oppose us. Another old man spoke. Yi Shiwen pondered. He realized that this Feng clan was probably a huge force in the heavenly chaotic territory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have looked down on the forces of the true martial world. However, young Master Feng still wanted to wait until he had swallowed the inner core. Then he would start to cause trouble for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen sneered. How he could allow the opposite party to succeed. Yi Shiwen was hidden nearby and wished to give them a big surprise. However, it might cause a huge problem for him if he allowed the opposite party to enter the sage realm. After all, a person would land himself in big trouble if a sage realm expert was dead set on causing trouble for the said person. Yi Shiwen suddenly heard a shout. It came from the insides of his mind. This was Yi Mo's voice. Yi Shiwen was pleasantly surprised by this and said, "How did you wake up so soon? Weren't you upgrading yourself to a sage tool?" "I've already completed the upgradation process. The heavenly source mirror has become a sage tool now." Yi Mo laughed and said, "That's great." Yi Shiwen also laughed out loud and replied, "Several limitations that had previously existed have vanished since it has become a sage tool." Yi Mo spoke as he laughed. "We can now push the level of that blood slave to the later stage of the semi-sage realm. Then nobody will be able to match the blood slave unless a sage expert appears." Yi Shiwen suddenly felt relaxed. He would have far more assurance if he had the assistance of a blood slave of the later stage of the semi-sage realm. He had previously planned that he would leave after he had stolen the white dwarf's inner core. But now, he didn't wish to leave without dealing a serious blow to these experts. Yi Shiwen went inside the heavenly source mirror after he had made the decision. The world inside the heavenly source mirror had suddenly expanded by 10 times after it had become a sage tool. It appeared endless. In fact, it appeared like a small continent. It certainly wasn't the size of the world in itself. However, it was big enough for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen arrived at the edge of the blood pond. That star colossus was still boiling inside the blood pond, but it had become very weak. The suppression force of the heavenly source mirror had grown after it had become a sage tool. So it didn't even have enough power to struggle. Its entire body was bound in a chain of magical symbols made up of principles. Its strength was being sucked away, little by little. It could only stare at Yi Shiwen with hatred, nothing more. It didn't even have the energy to roar. Yi Shiwen could now do many things since the heavenly source mirror had become a sage tool. And the first thing he would do was to forcefully level up the blood slave. Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged over the blood pond. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed several principles. He condensed magical symbol out of the principles and instilled them inside the blood slave. The Tao principles flooded into the blood slave. Its aura started to become more powerful. It became more and more formidable with every passing moment. The primary spirit dawn were unceasingly burning inside the heavenly source mirror. The transformed spirit energy was being instilled into the blood slave. 200, 300, 400, 500. The time passed in the outside world, second by second, minute by minute. Almost a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The unceasing extraction of the white dwarf's inner core was still taking place. This was a very big task. Therefore, nobody was acting impatiently in this regard. Yi Shiwen was still lurking nearby. He was constantly condensing principles in order to instill them into the blood slave. The blood slave could even be promoted to the sage realm since the heavenly source mirror had become a sage tool. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have enough energy to make that happen. Therefore, he could only condense approximately 800 Tao principles. There was no way to make the blood slave break through to the sage realm. However, it was temporarily good enough for the current Yi Shiwen. It was enough for him to give them a big surprise. Time passed slowly. Yi Shiwen felt that the white dwarf was getting hotter and hotter. It slowly began to disseminate enormous amounts of heat. Bang! A loud explosion occurred. Endless amount of lava began to erupt from that white dwarf. The lava soared into the space for tens of thousands of feet. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen had a cold feeling in his heart. He realized that these guys had genuinely managed to force out the inner core. Then the inner core began to condense by absorbing the essence of the entire star. The terrifying force caused an endless amount of lava to erupt and disperse in the space. This was an extremely frightening scene. However, a cheerful look appeared on the faces of those experts of the Feng clan. Young Master Feng was also jubilant at the sight. After all, he had finally begun to see the result of his long-drawn efforts. He could rise to great heights once he swallowed the inner core and became a sage expert. He would obviously become very different from his present mere semi-sage expert then. There simply was no comparison between the two. His present status in the Feng clan couldn't be compared with the one he would relish at that time. This white dwarf had taken birth after its parent star had died. It was the same as the other things in this world. It also went from the time of its birth to that of its flourish and then to its death. It couldn't escape from the laws of life and death even though it was a star. However, the lifespan of these stars was much greater than that of an average person's. They could easily last for billions of years. These stars were a source of light in the universe. This star had died and turned into a white dwarf, but it still contained incredible power. Young Master Feng had used a special method to condense that power into the extracted inner core. And the core contained enough energy to help him step into the sage realm in one fell swoop. One could only imagine the kind of energy contained in it. The white dwarf exploded. It suddenly emitted incredible light and heat. It seemed as if it had suddenly reached the peak of its prosperity once again. It illuminated all directions. One would only assume it to be daylight when they'd gaze at the sky from the true martial world. This special flash of starlight was precisely the dying flash of this star. The accumulated energy had burst out in a flash. And this was only the inner core of a dead star. It was simply impossible to imagine the amount of power the inner core of a mature star would possess. let alone the inner core of a massive world like the true martial world. The inner core of the white dwarf contained a massive amount of energy. However, the inner core was merely the size of a fist. A tiny inner core like this one possessed such enormous energy. Young Master Feng couldn't resist anymore. He rushed towards that tiny inner core of the white dwarf. He had wanted to obtain the inner core of this white dwarf since long. He had been waiting here for several years in order to find an opportunity to obtain it. This inner core had finally emerged. So, it was finally the time to obtain it. An overjoyed expression appeared on his face. Yi Shiwen had remained hidden for quite a long time. However, he finally moved into action at this time. He stretched out his big golden palm towards that inner core to grab it. To be continued. Chapter 410. This type of a white dwarf had previously been unattainable to some extent. After all, the universe was incredibly huge. There were many stars in the sky. However, every star was situated very far away. More so in the case of a dead star. One would obtain many benefits if one could grab it. In fact, the benefits were almost beyond one's imagination. However, it was quite difficult for an average person to come across such resource. The legendary realm was considered as ordinary in the heavenly chaotic territory. Legendary experts were treated as ordinary people. The semi-sage realm possessed the same status. However, the sage realm was different. The sage experts obtained everyone's respect and attention wherever they went. Some were even the lords of some remote areas and ruled their respective territories without any problem. Sage realm was like a watershed. People below the sage realm were like ants and were considered as ordinary existence. Only outstanding people could become sage experts by transcending their ordinary mortal lives. Their lifespans could also increase from 1,000 years of the legendary realm to 2,000 years in one fell swoop. And this inner core was the biggest opportunity to achieve that. There was greed in young Master Feng's eyes. He had spent 10 years of his life to make arrangements in order to obtain this inner core. He had to find several important materials which were required for putting up the matrix formation. Finally, he had managed to extract this inner core after years' time. He would transform after he had swallowed it. He would transform into a dragon from a fish, and hence become extraordinary. The other old men felt somewhat envious as they watched him. However, their mood suddenly changed, and their feelings of jealousy disappeared. They knew what stuff they could dip their fingers in, and where they couldn't, and this was definitely not something they should covet. However, just when young Master Feng was about to grab the inner core, a big golden hand appeared out of nowhere and stole the inner core in front of him. Young Master Feng was left dumbstruck by this sudden turn of events. He couldn't control his anger and immediately became furious. He had struggled for 10 years in order to obtain this inner core, and someone else had appeared and snatched it away when it was the time to taste the fruit of his labors. How could this not make him furious? Attack! A loud shout sounded. Suddenly, a terrifying bloodlight condensed into a blood man. This bloody figure swept out its palm towards young Master Feng to slap him. Bang! This palm attack was devastating, and it seemed as if the world itself had been shattered. The void had been crumbled and eroded by the bloodlight. The terrifying force began to boil and press down upon young Master Feng's body. It destroyed his protective energy barrier and crushed the bones in his chest. Puff! Blood spurted out of young Master Feng's body as he was sent flying in the space. Nobody had seen what had really happened. They only saw him getting blown away by an explosion. He didn't lose his consciousness, but there was rage in his eyes since they could only stare helplessly as a stranger stole the white dwarf's inner core. Yi Shiwen had grabbed the white dwarf's inner core. The white dwarf was extremely hot, but its inner core wasn't. It should be mentioned that all the energy was condensed inside the inner core. It would discharge an enormous power if it exploded. "Who are you?" the other 4 experts of the later stage of semi-sage realm asked. They hadn't paid much attention earlier since they didn't care much. They indeed seemed excited at first. However, that was just excitement, nothing more. After all, they knew that the inner core didn't belong to them. They were merely protecting it by holding the barrier up. However, this sudden turn of events had left their minds vacant. They found out that young Master Feng had been sent flying out before they could understand what was going on. Those 4 experts of the later stage of the semi-sage realm rushed towards Yishuin. However, there was a large distance between them and Yishuin. The white dwarf had already dried up. However, it had still spread over 10,000 kilometers. In other words, these people were separately seated over 10,000 kilometers away from the center since they were maintaining the matrix formation. They hadn't anticipated that they would come across a surprise attack. Yi Shiwen had already killed the people who were guarding this place. Therefore, nobody was alarmed when Yi Shiwen arrived. They had no way to catch Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen sneered as he looked at young Master Feng and shouted, "Die!" Young Master Feng had planned to cause trouble for him after he had become a sage expert. The best approach was to root out the weed before it could spread. Yi Shiwen could kill him by taking the advantage of the fact that the other semi-sage experts would take time to arrive here. Even an expert of the later stage of the semi-sage realm would need a considerable amount of time to cover 10,000 kilometers. And Yi Shiwen could take the advantage of this time gap. Yi Shiwen shouted "Die!" and turned into a golden lightning. He then flew towards young Master Feng to kill him. Young Master Feng began to burn with anger after he realized that Yi Shiwen hadn't only snatched his inner core, but also wanted to kill him. He took a medicinal pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. One could clearly see that the injuries on his entire body had been repaired quite quickly. It might be assumed that this was an extremely precious medicinal pill. An ordinary person would use one very carefully. They wouldn't consume without thinking about it first. They wouldn't dare to use it so extravagantly like he had. However, young Master Feng was facing a life or death situation, so he had to make a quick choice. He didn't care whether it was being wasted or not. You're courting death. Don't even think about getting away alive. Young Master Feng bellowed, "Wind Spirit Seal Technique." Young Master Feng kneaded his fingers, and a seal technique suddenly appeared. The power of countless wind spirits gathered in the space and formed a massive seal technique. Then, this attack charged towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! The wind spirit seal smashed down at a very fast speed. Yi Shiwen was unable to avoid this attack and got hit head-on. He nearly collapsed by the impact of this attack, and blood gushed out from his body. Yi Shiwen was in a shock. These experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm were very different, especially young Master Feng. He clearly belonged to a big clan. He was an outstanding talent. He was extremely quick, and it had been very difficult to evade his attack. However, Yi Shiwen didn't know that young Master Feng was even more shaken than him. He had inherited this wind spirit seal technique from his Feng clan. He knew that it was extremely powerful and also very quick and swift. This attack could have pounded an average person into meat sauce. However, only a golden sword light flashed when it pounded on Yi Shiwen. He sustained heavy injuries as a result of this attack. Nothing more happened. It couldn't make him collapse. Young Master Feng could tell that this guy had a very powerful body. Young Master Feng was in shock, but his wind spirit seal technique didn't slow down one bit. It formed a huge seal and pounded towards Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen's response wasn't slow either. He wasn't going to fall for the same trick again. A Han seal appeared. It transformed into a giant dragon and rushed towards the incoming wind spirit seal. Bang! Two great seal techniques collided incredibly in the space. The aftermath spread everywhere and shattered the void. It seemed as if the entire space was crumbling. It looked very frightening. Yi Shiwen's Hans Han seal was a bit stronger than the Wind Spirit Seal technique. However, Yi Shiwen's martial power was far inferior to young Master Feng's. Therefore, Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantageous situation in the end. The terrifying gap in the power shook Yi Shiwen's body. It slightly swayed his body despite his gilded tyrant form. An average person's body would have disintegrated instantly. However, Yi Shiwen only felt a burst of vibrations in his body. Roar! A blood dragon roared. The blood slave had finally moved into action by taking the advantage of the fight between Yi Shiwen and young Master Feng. It shot its palm with a rumbling sound, and a blood dragon emerged out. It was a move of coiling dragon palm. This move was called Hidden Dragon Rises from the Abyss. However, it was entirely different from Yi Shiwen's grandiose golden dragon. The blood slave's blood dragon was condensed from endless scarlet energy. It was as fierce and violent as Yi Shiwen's golden dragon. However, this blood dragon was more ominous and evil-looking than a grandiose golden dragon. The blood dragon roared loudly. The sound's vibrations shook the entire universe. Its fierce claws ripped apart the vast space as it arrived beside young Master Feng and destroyed his defense. And then it arrived in front of young Master Feng. Bang! Young Master Feng was sent flying in the space by the terrifying power of the blood dragon. His throat sustained injuries, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. He might not have cared about Yi Shiwen's attacks much. Indeed, it was being quite difficult for him to kill Yi Shiwen. However, he hadn't thought that Yi Shiwen would respond in this way. He couldn't underestimate the blood slave's attacks, since it was at the late stage of the semi-sage realm, just like him. Moreover, he himself had merely condensed 700 Tao principles, while the blood slave had condensed 750. In short, it was a bit more tyrannical than him. He was still thinking about means to deal with these two when Yi Shiwen suddenly arrived in front of him. A Hans Han seal pounded towards him above. Bang! Young Master Feng didn't get time to dodge, and the Hans Han seal pounded on him. He once again spouted blood. His body went flying upside down in the space. Stop! Brat, you're courting death. Do you know who we are? You have committed a serious offense by offending our Feng clan. The people of our clan will wipe out your 9 generations. Those 4 experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm were dumbstruck as they witnessed this scene. The situation had undergone an incredible change in just a few moments. Young Master Feng wasn't weak. His strength wasn't just for show's sake. He was more powerful than any of them. However, he didn't have the power to fight back when he came under the attacks of these 2 strange individuals. He had been reduced to such a desperate state in a mere matter of a few rounds of fighting. This was impossible in their opinion. These people had reached the late stage of the semi-sage realm. They were only half a step away from entering the sage realm. They would then transcend their mortal lives. Therefore, they were well aware of the limitations of their own strength. They would believe if someone were to say that he could kill them. However, they couldn't accept the fact that someone could effortlessly beat them into a dead dog. The joint attack of a young expert of legendary realm and a strange red creature had forced young Master Feng into such a miserable state in a short period of time. They felt like they were witnessing a myth with their own eyes. To be continued. Chapter 411. There was a significant difference between Yi Shiwen's and young Master Feng's cultivation levels. They were in different realms, and their real strengths also differed by a bit. However, Yi Shiwen, gilded tyrant form, had minimized these differences to a certain extent. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had also integrated the heavenly source mirror into his body now. So, his defense had increased considerably. It certainly wasn't an ordinary thing to have a sage tool protecting one's body. Now he could allow the enemy's attacks to hit his body and could use the opportunity to focus more on attacking. Indeed, it was quite difficult for an expert with the strength of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm to injure the expert of the late stage of semi-sage realm. However, How could Yi Shiwen be taken lightly? His one strike was equivalent to the combined attack of dozens of experts of the intermediate stage of semi-sage realm. Even an expert of the late stage of the semi-sage realm would have to avoid his strong attacks. Yi Shiwen's strength had increased by multiple times after the heavenly source mirror had upgraded to become a sage tool. In fact, experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm who only possessed 500 or 600 Tao principles had no means to deal with him. Even a semi-sage expert like young Master Feng with 700 Tao principles appeared like a helpless stray dog when faced with the joint attacks of Yi Shiwen and the Blood Slave. It's impossible. A look of panic appeared on young Master Feng's face. He unceasingly was stuffing medicines in his mouth. However, he was still being pushed back by the joint attacks of Yi Shiwen and Blood Slave. The Blood Slave was the creation and puppet of Yi Shiwen. Naturally, their minds were interlinked. They had a tacit understanding and were coordinating their attacks to perfection. Bang! 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 Young Master Feng had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He had turned into a sandbag under the combined attacks of Yi Shiwen and the Blood Slave. He simply didn't have the means to resist their attacks. He couldn't even catch up with them. Yi Shiwen and the Blood Slave were using devil wings, and their speed was extremely fast. The other old experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm saw young Master Feng being blown around like a sandbag between a golden light and a blood light. Stop! Those elders trembled with fear as they saw this scene. They were afraid that young Master Feng would get killed at this rate. That would be horrible. Bang! Young Master Feng was again sent flying by an attack. The bones throughout his body had been shattered after getting bombarded several times. It was a very tragic scene. An incomparably ominous look appeared on young Master Feng's face. His handsome face had been already beaten into a pig's. The grim look had distorted his face. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Young Master Feng roared. He wasn't going to give up. He clenched his teeth to demonstrate his anger. Then he took out a scroll from his spatial ring and crushed it to pieces. The scroll transformed into a pitch-black portal after getting crushed. It looked as if it was imitating the darkness of the void. A profound aura was wrapped around this huge portal. Young Master Feng flew into the portal without any delay, and the portal disappeared immediately after that. Yi Shiwen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that young Master Feng would possess a transmission portal. It wasn't surprising why that ominous and begrudged expression had appeared on his face. One must know that only the sage experts were capable of using their energy to split open a crack in the space. However, it would be a dead end for them if they were to rush inside it. Only the great sage experts were capable of establishing a transmission array formation for traveling from one point in space to another. In fact, such a thing could only be done by those great sage experts who possessed a good understanding regarding these transmission array formations. Moreover, tens of hundreds of experts would be required to form an array formation in order to travel longer distances. The space was an extremely mysterious thing for any individual. Even the peak-level expert of Great Sage Realm couldn't create a transmission scroll. Yi Shiwen didn't know how this young Master Feng had obtained this transmission scroll. However, the appearance of that begrudged expression on his face clearly indicated that he wasn't going to give up. He wouldn't have used such a precious item if his own life weren't in danger. Yi Shiwen didn't idle for another second. He collected the Blood Slave and left treading on the rainbow light. Those four old experts roared in anger and rushed after him. Yi Shiwen's intention was very clear. He had succeeded in bullying a bully like young Master Feng with the help of the Blood Slave. However, things would have become quite difficult for Yi Shiwen if those four old experts had interfered. Yi Shiwen was very fast. He quickly disappeared from their line of sight, and they could only curse him out of frustration since they didn't have any means to catch him. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter after he heard them curse behind his back. His mood became extremely jubilant. He was happy to have taught these guys a lesson, especially after they had openly threatened him by stating that they'd come after his life. He had also managed to steal the inner core of a star. He was certainly in a very good mood. He rushed towards the Wind Dragon City, as per the directions he had seen in the star map. The Wind Dragon City was widely famous in the nearby regions. It was said that this city was built on the corpse of a huge wind dragon. However, this was just a rumor. Nobody knew whether it was true or false. This Wind Dragon City was established thousands of years ago. Its city lord had also been changed several times. The ordinary people didn't know much about the history of the city. They also didn't know what the situations had been at the time of this city's establishment. Yi Shiwen flew at a fast speed for one day, and eventually arrived at the Wind Dragon City. The Wind Dragon City appeared like a city that stood on a small island in the space. It appeared exceptionally special in this silent and dark universe. Yi Shiwen stopped to rest for a while. He saw several martial experts roaming about in the city. Many of these experts were at the legendary realm. However, the semi-sage experts were also present in abundance. Several such experts could be seen from time to time. Yi Shiwen could also spot disciples of the true martial university. Even disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and other forces of the true martial world were present. Yi Shiwen contacted Hua Menghan immediately after he reached the Wind Dragon City. However, she was at the city central arena at this time. Yi Shiwen received Hua Menghan's message and promptly rushed towards the city central arena. This arena was very famous in the Wind Dragon City. People would often go to this arena to challenge the experts who arrived in the city from various places. The Wind Dragon City was merely one city. However, its citizens had come from the true martial world and various other regions of the chaotic heavenly territory. It was a small city, but one could find all sorts of experts here. Therefore, experts would often emerge in this arena. Yi Shiwen hurriedly proceeded towards the arena. He saw two figures fighting in the arena. One among them was tall. He was approximately 30 years old. And the other one was a child. He was approximately 11 or 12 years old. This child's skin was as fair as snow. He appeared exceptionally adorable. However, his face was covered with a brutal expression. Yi Shiwen spotted Hua Menghan in the crowd. She wasn't far from him. Yi Shiwen promptly went towards her and greeted, "Sister Hua." "Ah, you are here. Are you all right?" Hua Menghan asked, somewhat concerned. "Of course, I'm all right." Yi Shiwen told her everything about how he stole young Master Feng's star core. "Sister Hua, our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds after we absorb the inner core. We will make huge progress." "Well, why have you come here?" Yi Shiwen asked, somewhat puzzled. However, he didn't wait for Hua Menghan's reply, since the arena had suddenly undergone tremendous changes. That 30-year-old man retreated several steps after facing that child's attack. In fact, he couldn't find a foothold. Bang! A palm struck that man's chest. His ribs broke, and he was sent flying upside down. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but gasp. He could see that this child didn't belong to some dwarf race or anything. He was only an 11 or 12-year-old kid. However, he possessed shockingly tyrannical strength. That middle-aged man possessed the strength of the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. However, he was no match for this kid. One palm attack of this kid had knocked him out of the arena. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be shocked after he witnessed a young teenager demonstrate such tyrannical strength. This Pangyang Bo is extremely strong. Even a semi-sage realm expert has lost to him. He's far more than just strong. He's an evil genius. He's just 11 years old. These so-called geniuses should die with shame, since they are all *T in front of this child prodigy. Anyone will die from anger and frustration if they compare themselves with him. How can there be such a peerless genius among so many geniuses that exist in this world? Yeah, No one can find Pang Yongbo's match among the younger generation, disciples of Xian Yuan Palace Hall. We can trace back to hundreds of thousands of years to make the comparison, but we still won't find someone as talented. He doesn't appear that incredible to me. I have heard that he had obtained a mysterious inheritance at a very young age. Otherwise, it is impossible to become so powerful so quick. Some people also say that he's the reincarnation of a great figure from ancient times. That's why he can cultivate so quickly. But he is a peerless disciple of this generation. Everyone's discussions reached Yi Shiwen's ears. He found out that this kid was a disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. It could be said that the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had picked up a gem this time. Pang Yongbo's face exposed a somewhat bitter expression. He shouted, "Is this the level of true Martial University's disciples? How pathetic! I'm very disappointed. They are just trash, nothing else. Why hasn't the Yi Shiwen come out yet? I will wait for another 3 months in this arena. If someone knows him, then tell him that this young master has summoned him over for a fight. Just see how I blow him off to oblivion." Yi Shiwen finally understood why Hua Menghan had arrived here. This kid's hatred was actually directed towards Yi Shiwen. A bitter expression appeared on the faces of those surrounding disciples of the true Martial University as they heard Pang Yongbo's words. Several disciples of the true Martial University were present in the arena. They obviously felt very agitated upon hearing these words. Several disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall were also present here. They simultaneously clamored on the contrary. "Tell that Yi Shiwen to come out. That's if he has the guts to take on this challenge." Yi Shiwen figured that the disciples who belonged to different forces hadn't begun to establish contacts with each other yet. So, his name mustn't have reached Xian Yuan Palace Hall. And these disciples of Xian Yuan Palace were clearly hostile towards him. This must be because he had killed Fan Ming. That fight between Yi Shiwen and Fan Ming could be regarded as the collision between the top disciples of the younger generation of the true Martial University and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. And Yi Shiwen had killed Fan Ming in the end. The Xian Yuan Palace Hall's people certainly weren't willing to accept this. To be continued. Chapter 412. Not many forces of the true martial world could be placed at the same level as the true Martial University. However, some could be, and a majority of these forces had immense and deep-seated hatred toward the true Martial University. They didn't get along with each other. In fact, each force would look for every possible method to weaken the strength of the other forces. There was huge conflict between the true Martial University and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall in particular. It couldn't have been bigger than it already was. The true Martial University had dominance over the southern region. Many forces were jealous because of this. The Xian Yuan Palace Hall was a force of the Central Plains and was located south of Yellow River. They were in close proximity, and this had made them hostile towards the true Martial University. The disciples of these two forces were more hostile towards each other than they were towards the disciples from other regions. Yi Shiwen's name had begun to spread inside the Xian Yuan Palace Hall after he had killed Fan Ming. The competition in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall was also very intense, just like true Martial University. Countless people would attentively watch the state of competitions among the Heaven's Pride-level experts. Fan Ming's sudden death had come as a big shock. This had caused a huge sensation in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. However, the Xian Yuan Palace Hall didn't pay much attention to this matter, since they couldn't rise in revolt against the true Martial University. It seemed as if this matter had been left unsettled. However, Yi Shiwen had become very famous in the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Each disciple of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had come to know that Yi Shiwen had killed one of their Heaven's Pride-level experts. Consequently, they began to look for him to cause trouble. Several Heaven's Pride-level experts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall hadn't yet competed against one another. Therefore, it was difficult to decide who was stronger and who was weaker. However, since Yi Shiwen had killed Fan Ming, so one wouldn't have to do anything else to prove that they were the best among all Heaven's Pride-level experts if they could defeat or kill Yi Shiwen. Wouldn't they become famous very quickly? Yi Shiwen decided to pass through this crucial situation, and it was somewhat indeed a strange one. However, it did make some sense as to why they would aim for him. This situation was very similar to the one that had arisen after he had killed the second god. Many people had come to believe that he was the top expert in the younger generation. This child is hateful. Hua Menghan had become somewhat angry. Her beautiful face had turned slightly red because of anger. Yi Shiwen smiled and said, "I can handle him." "Be careful. He's extremely arrogant, but he doesn't seem ordinary," Hua Menghan whispered to him. "Yeah." Yi Shiwen nodded. He looked calm. However, he wouldn't underestimate this child either. No, it wasn't a joke for him. How could he look down on an 11 or 12 years old child who had such cultivation? It was enough to make other Heaven's Pride-level experts die with shame. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't dejected by this. His own cultivation speed wasn't slower than this child's. This road was very long, and this was just a beginning, nothing more. It was just a short-lived fad, nothing more. Only the most talented person would have the final laugh. It seems that the true Martial University's disciples are trash. Pang Yang Bo laughed coldly. His small face was covered with a disdainful expression. Yi Shiwen slowly walked out of the crowd and stepped into the arena. He said, "Even a child can become famous when there are no heroes around. A brat like you, who hasn't even grown hair down there, should first learn how to fight and kill." Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Several experts burst into laughter after they listened to Yi Shiwen's words. Many people among these experts hated this arrogant Pang Yang Bo. No one's ever fond of an arrogant person. However, they didn't dare to provoke him. This child had slapped several experts of the semi-sage realm a moment ago and had sent them flying. They were no match for him. However, those experts couldn't control themselves and burst into laughter after they saw someone daring to provoke him. An incomparably bitter look appeared in the eyes of the disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Pang Yang Bo's age was his highlight, as well as his most vulnerable spot, and Yi Shiwen had poked him where it hurts the most. "Who are you?" Yi Shiwen's words had made Pang Yang Bo's small face turn deep red. He was extremely furious. He would get enraged whenever someone talked about his age. "I'm Yi Shiwen." Yi Shiwen smiled indifferently and said, "I wouldn't have bothered to haggle with a child, but I'm not so heartless as to see a child wait for 3 months in the arena. So I came out. Do you wish to die?" Pang Yang Bo's complexion had turned gloomy and ugly. It seemed if he would start crying any moment now. Yi Shiwen had already poked his sensitive spot twice or thrice. "Oh ho, you also have a bit of bad temper." Yi Shiwen laughed out loud and said, "But even your anger is as half-assed as a child's." "Shut up. I only had the intention to suppress you in order to show you your place. But now your death is certain," Pang Yang Bo stated. He had clearly been enraged out of shame. "You wish to suppress me? Forget about it, brat. Why don't you first grow some hair down there?" Yi Shiwen laughed mischievously. He was deliberately saying such poisonous words. Everyone laughed. Hua Menghan also smiled a little. Her delicate body shook gently. She had never seen Yi Shiwen smile so mischievously or use such poisonous words at someone. "Damn it, you have made me very angry today. You will certainly die." Pang Yang Bo's complexion turned ashen. It seemed as if tears would roll down from his eyes any moment now. He thundered and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if his anger would pierce through the space. His tyrannical strength left everyone to tremble with fear. Yi Shiwen had poked him again and again. This had made him lose face in front of everyone. He began to need a seal technique with his hands. It produced a lightning which seemingly split open the entire world. It illuminated the void and swept towards Yishiwen to chop him down. This is the magical power of a supreme thunder technique. It seems that this Pangyang Bo has obtained a wonderful book, 9 Temples, 5 Elements Thunder Book. It is the most exquisite thunder technique. Some people even say that he's the reincarnation of the thunder god. I've heard this rumor too. This 11 years old semi-sage expert is truly astounding. It has also been said that he possesses the extraordinary blood of the chaotic heaven thunder body. This means that he must have reaped exceptional benefits by practicing his own thunder cultivation method. Not to mention that 9 Temples 5 Elements Thunder Book would enhance his power even further. An average person can't match him. I say his insane progress speed is strange. Humph! Yishiwen snorted. His hands got covered with golden divinities. He didn't dodge or avoid. He charged towards the incoming lightning and grabbed them. Other people would have been very scared of such a thunder technique. However, it was nothing in front of Yishiwen, since he had used the lightning energy of heterogeneous heavenly tribulations to temper his body. Bang! 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 Yishiwen's palm exploded those lightning, and the terrifying force from his hands swept out energy storms everywhere. The lightning attack was straightaway crushed by Yishiwen. It couldn't pose any threat to him. Someone immediately opened his mouth in shock after he saw Yishiwen fight in such a relaxed manner. He said, "So this is Yishiwen? He's really outstanding." He just used his bare hands to tackle Pangyang Bo's lightning attack. His body is insanely tough. That's true. One of the earlier opponents didn't even get the time to evade the attack. His flesh had been lacerated, and his blood had splashed out as a result. There seems like a huge difference of power between these two. That's not true, an informed disciple of the true Martial University spoke up somewhat proudly. That Pangyang Bo isn't an ordinary person. Our Yishiwen isn't an ordinary person either. He has the strongest body in our true Martial University. Even the famous Titan body lost and died in his hands. His body is invincible. Nobody can stand in front of him. Titan body suffered a major defeat and got killed in the end. But he was very powerful. After all, he was of a rare bloodline and had the invincible body of a Titan. However, he still turned out to be inferior to Yishiwen. I must say that this Yishiwen is unbearably strong. This child is extremely arrogant. He has provoked Yishiwen. He will soon start to cry once he realizes that he has messed with the wrong guy. Ha ha ha! That disciple of the true Martial University burst into laughter after he was done talking. He was no longer sour about his earlier defeat at the hands of Pangyang Bo. He can only deal with an invincible expert like Yishiwen if he can suppress him with some supreme magical powers. Otherwise, he doesn't stand a chance. Pangyang Bo became even angrier after he saw that Yishiwen had effortlessly destroyed his offensive. He knew that Yishiwen wasn't an ordinary person. After all, Fan Ming had lost and died in his hands, so he couldn't possibly be an ordinary guy. However, Pangyang Bo still looked down on Yishiwen. The experts like this child felt like the whole world was in their palm since they had remained at the peak for a long time. Hence, they could be called extremely arrogant and lawless. What authority? What reputation? Everything was bullshit. Only one's fist was the strongest. A majority of so-called Heaven's Pride level experts used to think like this. Pangyang Bo's countenance had turned even colder. An endless amount of lightning was boiling and surging on his body. It seemed as if he was attracting the wandering lightning like a conductor. The thunder and lightning were objects most people always maintained a respectful distance from. However, they appeared obedient and docile in his hands. Numerous seals dazzled in his hands. Countless thunders and lightning condensed into dozens of giant thunder dragons, as per his will. Then, those giant dragons started to roar in anger. The surrounding space shook. The claws of these dragons could grab and explode the space. They were exceptionally terrifying. The onlookers were left in shock by this spectacle. Nobody had thought that Pangyang Bo could be this strong. Each of these dragons could be compared with an expert of the semi-sage realm. However, dozens of such thunder dragons had conveniently condensed at his will. None of his previous opponents had been able to force him to display his true strength. However, he had displayed the extent of his strength in this battle. His tyrannical strength had left everyone in shock. Yi Shiwen was also somewhat dumbstruck. It wasn't difficult to practice till the intermediate stage if one had talent, but one might not become a Heaven's Pride level expert even though they had practiced till the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. In fact, many experts of the younger generation had practiced till the intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. However, there were only a few Heaven's Pride level experts. The reason was quite simple. It was because of the disparity in their strengths. One Heaven's Pride level expert could easily beat dozens of experts of the same realm. Heaven's Pride level experts could stand tall against all the other top experts of the same realm. These were the traits of a real Heaven's Pride level expert. Pangyang Bo was very young. However, he was truly an evil genius since he had displayed such strength. Moreover, his chaotic Heaven Thunder body was really outstanding. These thunder dragons simultaneously revealed their ferocious features. They soared up and fluttered around in the space. The massive thunder dragons gathered around Yi Shiwen and surrounded him. Then, they swept down towards Yi Shiwen. Each of these dragons was exceptionally scary. Yi Shiwen snorted and rushed forward like a ferocious beast. To be continued. Chapter 413. Yi Shiwen's glowing golden hands emitted waves of golden light. It ripped apart the space and advanced ahead. Suddenly, one of the thunder dragons opened its big mouth and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to bite him. Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed and then pinched the neck of that thunder dragon. Its neck instantly snapped. Its body transformed into a bundle of energy, and this energy was then absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Humph! Babies shouldn't act so arrogantly. Yi Shiwen sneered. Then he straightaway dashed into that group of thunder dragons. Pangyang Bo is indeed outstanding, but it's not easy to deal with Yi Shiwen either. The rumors say that Yi Shiwen has killed a Heaven's Pride level expert of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. This has attracted the attentions of many of their people towards him. It's not surprising why the Xian Yuan Palace Hall has suddenly gone bonkers to take Yi Shiwen down. It's far from being just crazy. The Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the true Martial University aren't on friendly terms. These two wouldn't have acted kindly towards each other even without this underlying matter. Both of these individuals are extremely ferocious. An ordinary semi-sage expert can't even withstand a move from these two. He'd get blown away by their attack. Pangyang Bo can be regarded as an evil genius at such a young age. Nobody will be able to dominate him when he matures. Even that Yi Shiwen, who is said to have killed 2 Heaven's Pride level experts already, may not stand a chance. Those thunder dragons swept down towards Yi Shiwen like huge mountains to crush him. The space crumbled wherever they went. However, Yi Shiwen dashed straight into them without caring about anything. Bang! Yi Shiwen's one kick exploded a thunder dragon. An ordinary expert of the late stage of semi-sage realm would have regretted facing these thunder dragons head-on. However, Yi Shiwen was treating them as if they were no big deal. Bang! 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 Each time a dragon got slayed by Yi Shiwen, it was accompanied by the loud sound of an explosion. Yi Shiwen gradually began to comprehend the so-called Dragon Slayer technique. As he killed more and more thunder dragons, it was a supreme and terrifying secret technique. Its brilliance used to prevail in the ancient world. However, this secret technique had eventually drowned in the river of time and had completely vanished. Humph! Yi Shiwen, Nobody will be able to save you today," Pang Yongbo shouted. Then he also broke into the group of thunder dragons. He held a thunder blade. This blade had a purple glow to it. The surrounding air diffused as he brandished his thunder blade. The space got shattered into small pieces. The thunder blade fell towards Yi Shiwen's head. This was a fierce and ruthless attack. This child was arrogant. Nobody had ever humiliated him like this. So he wanted to use Yi Shiwen's blood to wash off his shame. Clang! It sounded as if two metals had collided. Yi Shiwen's sword intention had rushed up from his hand and had welcomed Pang Yongbo's attack. Bang! Yi Shiwen's long sword swept down and beheaded a thunder dragon. It might have been the most rampant type of dragon in the world. However, it appeared like a docile sheep in front of Yi Shiwen. He continued to kill the thunder dragons one by one without facing any difficulty. Rumble! The long sword and the thunder blade collided ferociously in the void. A terrifying force swept out from the center of the collision and shattered the entire space around the arena. A horrific storm swept across and obstructed everyone's vision. Bang! The loud scream of a young voice sounded, and a figure went flying upside down from inside the storm. Everyone looked attentively. It turned out to be Pang Yongbo. His young figure went flying up in the space with blood gushing out from his body. He had been sent flying by Yi Shiwen's mighty strength. The storm dispersed. Yi Shiwen stood in the center like an ancient god. A chill ran inside everyone. The truth of Yi Shiwen's incredible body had appeared before the people of the Wind Dragon City for the first time. It was just as the rumors had stated. One could only defeat Yi Shiwen by suppressing him with the help of some supreme magical power. Otherwise, fighting against his body was next to courting death. Even the Titan body didn't turn out to be his match. Yi Shiwen had killed him after he had scared him to the point of madness. Yi Shiwen brandished his sword again, and it killed several thunder dragons which were wandering about in a group. Then a Hans seal appeared above. A huge seal, made up entirely of stone, swept down from above like a huge mountain. Bang! Pang Yongbo was still flying in midair, but the Hans seal caught up with him. It smashed down on his chest and broke quite a few ribs. Then he was pounded into the arena's floor. The impact formed a giant hole in the extremely hard floor of the arena. Pang Yongbo had been smashed into the arena. This had splattered the dust and gravels everywhere. The flow of battle had changed enormously. Everyone was dumbstruck at this sight. They hadn't anticipated that Pang Yongbo would be smashed into the arena by a seal technique. However, mere one mistake in his decision had given Yi Shiwen an opportunity to display a brilliant counterattack. No, this couldn't even be regarded as a mistake on Pang Yongbo's part. An average person wouldn't have been able to deal with Pang Yongbo's surprise attack. However, it was his misfortune that Yi Shiwen was his opponent. He was far inferior to Yi Shiwen, whether it was in fighting strength or the toughness of his body. Yi Shiwen! Pang Yongbo roared. A horrifying power surged out from his body and began to boil around him. Even his appearance had changed significantly. He no longer looked like a well-dressed youngster. Instead, he looked exceptionally miserable. His eyes had turned bloodshot. It seemed as if he was dying to kill Yi Shiwen and would separate his bones from his muscles. His ominous facial expression frightened many people. One must know that this child wasn't internally the same as he appeared on the surface. He had never suffered such a defeat in his whole life. In fact, he had always bullied other people. How could have other people bullied him? His innate talent was on a whole different level. His cultivation speed was extremely quick. He had voyaged a pleasant journey thus far. He had obtained everything he had ever desired for. However, this time he had been defeated by Yi Shiwen, and this had shattered his ego. His frustration had transformed into anger, and it seemed if his rage would burn the heaven itself. A thunder dragon came out of his body. It roared and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Its long tail opened a huge crack in the arena. Yi Shiwen saw that thunder dragon coming towards him. He snorted and said, "It's best for a child to be obedient and stay at home." An endless amount of golden light emerged from Yi Shiwen's hand. Then, this golden light went up to grab that thunder dragon. Bang! That thunder dragon's head was caught and crushed by Yi Shiwen's golden claw. The dragon transformed into a mass of energy and was then absorbed by Yi Shiwen. It might have seemed like an extremely terrifying entity to the others. However, it was nothing in Yi Shiwen's eyes. After all, his gilded tyrant form had been gradually tempered by the heavenly tribulations. Yi Shiwen could casually walk into the group of thunder dragons and could butcher them one by one with grace. Yi Shiwen suddenly heard Pang Yang Bo's ferocious voice as soon as he killed this thunder dragon. "Yi Shiwen, die!" This immature voice was filled with bitter resentment. Yi Shiwen turned around and saw that Pang Yang Bo was condensing a secret seal technique in his hands at a very fast speed. He was concentrating the endless power of thunder and lightning in the middle of the arena. An extremely tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He appeared like an ancient god, and his entire body was brimming with lightning. It seemed as if he had been born in a sea of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning were at his beck and call. The endless power of thunder and lightning was being unleashed with each step which he took. He was spouting an overwhelming and godly power. This is Thunder God. This supreme magical power has been mentioned in the 9 Temples, 5 Elements Thunder Book. It has been mentioned in the folklores that one can summon the Thunder God. I didn't expect that Pang Yang Bo would have comprehended the 9 Temples, 5 Elements Thunder Book to such extent at such a young age. This book has fallen into his hands and has made him even more powerful. A knowledgeable expert recognized it and spoke in astonishment. That's not right. It's not the real Thunder God. However, it's still quite dreadful. The Thunder God was one of the most terrifying gods in the ancient times. Yi Shiwen looked calm, but a solemn look had appeared on his face. He could feel an unprecedented suppression emerging from the phantom of the Thunder God. One must know that the Das practiced by everyone had basically been established by 300 chaotic devil gods in the ancient times. These were known as 3,000 main Daos, and they eventually led one to the invincible Tao. Therefore, there were many power techniques which, when practiced to the peak, would allow the practitioner to summon the associated chaotic devil god. These techniques were considered ultimate, because the original chaotic devil gods used to be powerful enough to deter the 10,000 worlds in the ancient times. They used to be extremely terrifying. The chaotic devil gods would have conquered the 10,000 worlds if they hadn't fallen in the ancient past. This secret technique basically allowed one to condense the spirit, essence, and energy of a particular devil god. The phantom condensed would be extremely tyrannical even if it contained only a wisp of the original. The thunder god used to be ranked near the top among the many devil gods. The thunder god's thunder principle was considered unparalleled and incredible. Rumble. The thunder god grew bigger and bigger in front of everyone. It grew more than 100 feet tall. It looked a bit blurred and unclear. However, it possessed a kind of incredible majesty. It held a thunder blade in its hand. Endless thunder and lightning condensed together and swept down towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed like a mighty torrent of endless thunder and lightning had poured down. Yi Shiwen's left hand condensed a startling sword intention. He immediately swept out the buried earth sword technique. He simultaneously used his right hand to brandish the coiling dragon palm. He used the move Hidden Dragon Rises from the Abyss. His right palm gave birth to a giant golden dragon. It roared and rushed up. Yi Shiwen had promptly exhibited 2 secret techniques and had unleashed them thoroughly. Yi Shiwen's aura became exceptionally terrifying. This left everyone in astonishment. Bang! The two terrifying forces collided into each other. That ancient thunder god's offensive was successfully blocked. Both of Yi Shiwen's secret techniques had collaborated to fight against the lone thunder god. Rumble. A dreadful power swept across. The surrounding space couldn't withstand it and collapsed. To be continued. Chapter 4:14. Thunder and lightning tumbled and rolled in the arena. However, it was blocked from going outside the arena by the barrier. The thunder god's phantom was brimming with divine power. However, Yi Shiwen's complexion remained unchanged. Yi Shiwen, you will die today. Pang Yongbo's immature voice was filled with chill. It could scare people. His countenance had turned fierce and distorted. He advanced towards Yi Shiwen step by step. Weren't you famous for your invincible body? I will crush your body. The thunder god's phantom also followed him step by step. The pressure it exerted on Yi Shiwen also increased bit by bit. You will crush me? Someone like you thinks he can do that alone? I will slowly drag you to death. Yi Shiwen faintly laughed and spoke. He clearly wasn't taking the kid seriously. It would be impossible for Pang Yongbo to keep such a big move activated for a long time. Otherwise, he could have become invincible in this region. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't planning to wait until Pang Yongbo had exhausted his real elemental energy. That would be too boring. He would rather defeat him in his most peak time. He could shatter his pride that way. Moreover, he could break his confidence and also destroy his Tao. This would be a lot better than just killing him. Yi Shiwen's golden divinity surged up and began to revolve around his body. He was brimming with self-confidence. Pang Yongbo could be his match if and only if he had already made a breakthrough into the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Otherwise, he didn't stand a chance against Yi Shiwen. Pang Yongbo took out a tiny purple-colored Dan. It was as small as a melon seed. Yet a terrifying power was overflowing from it. Crap, that's a thunder seed. Yi Shiwen heard Yi Mo's panting voice in his mind. How has this child obtained such an item? Yi Mo explained, and Yi Shiwen came to know that a thunder seed was an extremely rare item. Even the unceasing refining and condensing of lightning energy could only make a small amount of this seed. Moreover, a human being simply couldn't make it. So he must have obtained this item as an inheritance. The surrounding area immediately transformed into an ocean of thunder and lightning after Pang Yongbo swallowed the thunder seed. A seemingly endless amount of densely packed thunder and lightning flooded the entire arena. Yi Shiwen's entire body was also covered by thunder and lightning. The endless thunder and lightning whipped Yi Shiwen's body like a divine whip. The height of the thunder god's phantom increased another 100 feet before Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if the thunder god had received a huge stimulus and had solidified even further. He rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. The onlookers couldn't clearly see what was happening in the arena. The lightning had obstructed their vision. They didn't know what Pang Yongbo had swallowed. However, they knew that it must be an incredible thing that went against the heaven's will. He was willing to sacrifice anything in order to kill Yi Shiwen. How much hatred did he possess for Yi Shiwen? Is this your strongest attack? Watch how I destroy you along with your attack. Yi Shiwen's ice-cold voice sounded from the sea of lightning. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion occurred within the arena that was shrouded by that ocean of lightning. Intermittent waves of a dreadful energy storm swept out. These energy waves would sweep, clear the lightning from time to time. Therefore, everyone would be able to see what was happening in the arena from time to time. However, the time period for which they could see the arena was too short. So, they only saw two figures fight. They could only see a purple and a golden figure fighting in midair. Yi Shiwen was fighting that thunder god's phantom unarmed. He wasn't afraid of it. Moreover, he wasn't even falling into a disadvantageous situation. Clang! The loud sound of a sword being unsheathed resounded, and an extremely terrifying sword intention was swept out. It began to overflow throughout the arena and overwhelmed the spectators. It didn't pass through the barrier of the arena, but the spectators could still feel its sharpness on their faces. It seemed as if it would behead them any moment now. Buried person sword, buried earth sword, buried heaven sword. The clanging sounds of the collision of metals echoed more and more intensely. The sword energy became even more aggressive. The sounds of Pan Yang Bo's angry roars were also mixed among these clanging sounds. Bang! A startling sword intention condensed in the void. Then it further condensed into an extremely long sword, a sword so long that it extended as far as the eye could see. It was several 100 feet long. Then it charged into the lightning to kill that fuzzy purple-colored phantom. Rumble! A rumbling sound echoed throughout the arena. The arena was shattered into small pieces under the impact of this sword intention. Everyone was dumbstruck. One must know that this arena was made of extremely hard materials. A battle between semi-sage experts couldn't break it. However, Yi Shiwen's sword attack had done it in an instant. This was unprecedented. The lightning quickly dispersed after this attack, and a young figure was sent flying. He readily spouted blood. His blood contained traces of the power of thunder and lightning. He ferociously collided with the pillar of the arena and it broke. However, this had stopped the enormous force with which he was sent flying. That extremely huge sword had nailed down the incomparably huge thunder god's phantom to the floor in the center of the arena. The terrifying power of this sword attack had even split the entire arena into two halves. One could only imagine that kind of strength. The thunder god was groaning and moaning with pain under the suppression of the huge sword. The purple-colored lightning was gushing out of his body like blood. Everyone was stunned as they saw this scene. Could this be considered as slaying a god? Everyone was aware that this was only the phantom of the thunder god. It was just a phantom, but it was still incomparably tyrannical. Nobody could contend against it, even if they were on the same level as it. However, Yi Shiwen had nailed the thunder god's phantom to the ground, and the phantom was groaning with pain. This scene had subverted the spectators' sense of perception and had made them accept that this was true god-slaying. Even their perception of reality had been subverted. They felt that there was no difference between this and god-slaying. Yi Shiwen stood on the hilt of the long sword that had left the thunder god's phantom to groan. Everyone jostled to see this incredible scene up front. Hua Menghan was present in the crowd. Her face exposed a faint smile. However, her eyes appeared somewhat blurred. How is it possible? This can't be happening. Pan Yang Bo's small face was covered with disbelief. He was very young, but he had reached here by defeating all his opponents. He had been always questioned because of his young age. So he felt extremely annoyed whenever other people talked about his age. And Yi Shiwen had poked his weak spot a moment ago. This had made him extremely furious. However, nobody had been able to force him to summon the phantom of the thunder god in the last few years of his expedition to become the strongest. The prospect of defeating the summoned thunder god was obviously out of question. However, his thunder god had been nailed down to the ground and was left to groan with pain. He had always believed that he was invincible. However, Yi Shiwen had broken his unyielding confidence. So he was forced to accept the fact that he wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen even though he had summoned the thunder god. Why did it have to happen like this? How can this be? Didn't they say that I am the #1 genius of all times? I should be invincible. Reaching the great sage realm should have been a piece of cake for me. Pan Yang Bo had nearly succumbed to madness. The stronger one is, the tougher it gets to change one's belief and accept the truth. He had believed in himself very firmly, and this belief is the driving force that lets one advance forward in most cases. However, This belief itself transforms into the biggest obstacle once one comes across a major setback. Then, this belief is what bars one from advancing further. Number one genius of all times. Yi Shiwen smiled as the corners of his mouth curled up. Pangyang Bo had been literally praised to the skies. Several incredible experts had appeared in this world. However, none of them had dared to say that they were the number one genius. The Thunder God's phantom couldn't endure Yi Shiwen's suppression any longer. So, it dissipated into particles, and these particles were then swept away by the wind. The long sword disappeared from under Yi Shiwen's feet, and he calmly landed on the ground. He shot a glance at Pangyang Bo. Then he turned around and began to walk out of the arena. He no longer paid any attention to Pangyang Bo. Several disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall were present in the surroundings, and they couldn't help but stare at Yi Shiwen. However, they didn't dare to stop him. This fight hadn't only quenched Pangyang Bo's arrogance, but it had also quenched the arrogance of those disciples of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. Two Heaven's Pride-level experts of the Xian Yuan Palace had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Therefore, the Xian Yuan Palace Hall's esteem would remain under the true martial universities as long as Yi Shiwen remained undefeated. On the other hand, the faces of the disciples of the true martial university exposed a proud expression. The last 1 month had been extremely suffocating for them. Pangyang Bo had constantly looked down on the true martial university. His intention was indeed to bring Yi Shiwen here. However, they still hadn't been able to get over that humiliation. They weren't Pangyang Bo's opponents, so they had to face miserable defeats whenever they had dared to challenge him. However, Yi Shiwen had beaten Pangyang Bo as if he was teaching a lesson to a child. This had made them feel exceptionally comfortable. Yi Shiwen's name resounded throughout the Wind Dragon City for the first time. He had gained importance in the eyes of all the forces that were present in the city. You taught him a good lesson this time. Hua Menghan faintly smiled and said. Most of her anger also vanished after Yi Shiwen taught a ferocious lesson to Pangyang Bo. A child mustn't be so arrogant. Yi Shiwen exposed a faint smile. He didn't wish to kill Pangyang Bo. The second god's case was different. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have any reason to kill Pangyang Bo. And most importantly, Yi Shiwen had also felt the divine sense of a sage expert floating in the surrounding. It was a sage expert of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. He had been watching this fight attentively. He wouldn't have allowed Yi Shiwen to kill Pangyang Bo, not in a place like this at least. There was a complex and interlinked structure of forces in a place like the Wind Dragon City. Several forces of the true martial world were present here. Hence, the power structure was quite complicated. They would often make covert moves. In fact, they'd even fight in the open at times. Yi Shiwen was being cautious since several forces were active here. He had decided against giving some force a chance to annex him in order to maintain the fragile balance of power in the Wind Dragon City. Otherwise, considering the prowess of the city, any of the forces could annex him if given a chance, whether it was the true martial university, the Xian Yuan Palace Hall, or some other force. That sage expert of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall must have established his presence among the experts of the Wind Dragon City. So he wouldn't have watched as Pangyang Bo was being killed. He had been watching quietly till now because it was only a fight. However, he wouldn't have waited on the sidelines with folded arms if it had become a fight to the death. Similarly, the experts of the true martial university wouldn't have watched with folded arms if Yi Shiwen's life was in danger. To be continued. Chapter 415. Heaven's Pride-level experts were exceptionally rare for any force. They were considered as treasures. These forces wouldn't let them die under any circumstances. Yi Shiwen could certainly enjoy such treatment as well. Sister, I have snatched the inner core from that young master Feng. We can easily make a breakthrough into the next realm if we absorb it. Yi Shiwen spoke up. They immediately left for the in where Hua Menghan had been staying all this while. They were far more secure inside the city than outside. They didn't waste any time and immediately began to absorb the white dwarf's inner core. Time began to pass second by second while they absorbed the inner core. Time passed day by day, and an astonishing rumor began to spread in the Wind Dragon City. It was a well-known legend that the Wind Dragon City was established on the corpse of a giant wind dragon. However, this was only a rumor, nothing more. Nobody was sure about it. Everyone had slowly become used to it, since it had been around for countless years. However, this legend and the rumor were closely related. An astonishing rumor had spread around this time. It said that the Wind Dragon City was genuinely built on the corpse of a wind dragon. It was obviously just a rumor, nothing else. After all, couldn't one confirm it by merely digging a 3 feet deep hole in the ground? However, the genuinely amazing thing was that it was said that there was a lair of a wind dragon not very far from the Wind Dragon City. However, this lair would shift to different spaces with time, so it was very difficult to find it. But some great calculations had been made, and it was anticipated that this lair would soon be born in this space. This rumor had excited countless people in the Wind Dragon City. There were many rumors about the dragon race. In fact, nobody could tell the exact number of these rumors. However, this one couldn't be ignored. The dragon race was fond of collecting all kinds of treasures, and this wind dragon was already dead, but it must have left behind its treasures. How could this not have made everyone excited? People would advance by leaps and bounds if they could obtain some of these treasures. This rumor was getting more and more intense with each passing day. In fact, accurate coordinates had begun to come out as well. This had increased everyone's excitement about the matter. All kinds of large and small forces from various regions had hurried into the Wind Dragon City in order to get their slice of the profit. Moreover, human beings weren't the only ones. Even the star beasts that lived in the space and other regions' demon beasts had also rushed over. Many sage-level star beasts and demon beasts had attacked the Wind Dragon City in the last 6 months. The human experts were certainly interested in these treasures. However, those sage-level star beasts and demon beasts had also shown keen interest in the treasures of the Wind Dragon. The appearances of these star beasts and demon beasts wouldn't change much after they entered the sage realm. However, their wisdom was no longer inferior to that of humans. Moreover, many of these star beasts and demon beasts had lived for thousands of years, so they were old and wise. An average person didn't stand a chance against them when it came to schemes and tricks. Human experts could advance by leaps and bounds after they had obtained this treasure. Similarly, these star beasts and demon beasts would benefit a lot if they could obtain this treasure. People would always go after the treasure trove of dragons. This was a historically proven fact. This dragon had surpassed the great sage realm during the course of its life. Therefore, the items it had left behind would be extremely precious. The city lord had dispatched troops to repel the invasion of these star beasts and demon beasts. Soon, half a year had already passed amidst these circumstances. Yi Shiwen was sitting cross-legged on a bed. He hadn't moved in these last 6 months. The energy within that inner core had continued to flow into Yi Shiwen's and Hua Menghan's body at a steady pace. Yi Shiwen had steadily absorbed the star power present inside the core. He had absorbed it continuously for half a year. So, the size of his universe had also increased significantly. It had almost expanded to become twice as large. The sun inside his universe glittered even more brightly. It was illuminating the entire universe. It seemed as if it was the only star present in his universe. Neptune was also gradually forming inside Yi Shiwen's universe. His martial power had seen an unceasing promotion, but the formation of Neptune had also neared its completion. In fact, it was only one step away from taking complete shape. The scorching energy was unceasingly entering Yi Shiwen's body. This energy wasn't a problem for Hua Menghan. Her heavenly phoenix body possessed exceptional acceptance, ability towards this energy. It wasn't a big problem for Yi Shiwen either. His gilded tyrant form and his meridians had been exercised to a very high extent. An average person would have burnt down and turned to ashes if he were in Yi Shiwen's place. The unceasing absorption of this energy for half a year had resulted in the formation of its own principles. Yi Shiwen's Tao principles had reached 499. It could reach up to 500 Tao principles in just one step. This was a huge watershed. He would become comparable with the experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm after he had crossed this step. A look into the situation inside Yi Shiwen's body could terrify anyone, since the principles within his body had become exceptionally thick. They were nearly 20 or more times thicker than those found in the body of an ordinary semi-sage expert. An average person's body would have exploded by now. Only Yi Shiwen could hold it. This was the advantage of having a tyrannical body. Yi Shiwen's accumulation had already reached a terrifying level. It had become even more profound than those old experts of the Legendary's great, complete realm who had accumulated energy for hundreds of years. He had already reached a big crucial point. He could enter the semi-sage realm after he'd crossed this point. He would truly transcend from the legendary realm after he had stepped into the semi-sage realm. He could then begin to stride towards the sage realm. He would only surmount the half-step legendary realm in this process. However, he would no longer be comparable with his old self after that. Moreover, he would completely detach himself from the binds and limitation of half-step legendary realm after he had stepped into the semi-sage realm. His lifespan would increase to 1,000 years in one fell swoop, and it would increase even further after he had stepped into the sage realm. This was the advantage of being well prepared. Yi Shiwen felt as if his lifespan might increase endlessly to an unspecified period. The first step of becoming a sage would be completed after he had crossed this step. However, he would be stuck here for a lifetime if he couldn't complete this step. This wasn't a rare thing. Several experts of Legendary's great, complete realm had remained stuck at this step, and they had never made it through in their lifetime. Of course, nobody had heard that any experts of the half-step Legendary's great, complete realm had gotten stuck at this barrier. However, Yi Shiwen still didn't wish to take any chance. He had absorbed the required amount of energy from the inner core in this half a year's time. So, it was the time to cross this threshold. The stars inside Yi Shiwen's body began to revolve while he operated the observing person scripture. The star power got condensed little by little and attacked the inner barrier of Yi Shiwen's realm. This barrier to the semi-sage realm had been eroded unceasingly like a dam in the last half a year's time. So, it was already heavily damaged. Yi Shiwen was focused. He didn't need to worry about the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation this time. It would be unique this time, since the heavenly tribulation wouldn't arrive. This was because he had detached himself from the half-step legendary earlier and had comprehended the principles of the semi-sage realm. So, the heavenly tribulation would arrive again when he'd enter the sage realm. In fact, Yi Shiwen would have chosen a desolate place to cross the heavenly tribulation. If this wasn't the case, it would have been extremely conspicuous if he had chosen to cross the tribulation inside the Wind Dragon City. People had forgotten about him in last 6 months after great difficulties, and that too because the matter of the Wind Dragon's lair had suddenly come to light. He didn't wish to attract people's attention again. The barrier had indeed been damaged rather heavily by now. However, it was still difficult for Yi Shiwen to cross this natural moat. Bang! Yi Shiwen's entire body's power condensed into one mass and began to bombard the barrier in order to cross it. A long time passed. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh. However, his facial expressions conveyed that he hadn't relaxed yet. He had failed, but he wasn't dejected, so he continued to attack that barrier. Once, twice, thrice. Yi Shiwen had lost count of how many times he had attacked that barrier. He himself became somewhat numb to the rebounds of the impacts, but he still continued to attack the realm's barrier. He was clinging to the idea that he might succeed if he continued to attack the barrier to no end. Bang! Yi Shiwen's real elemental energy somewhat dried up after another routine of attacks. He was thinking whether or not to replenish his energy with the primary spirit dawn. However, that majestic barrier, which had remained unbudged even after facing ceaseless attack, suddenly opened up. It seemed as if Yi Shiwen's real elemental energy had finally broken through a huge threshold and had forged ahead into a new and vast world. And then suddenly it began to flow smoothly. Yi Shiwen's aura also rose incredibly. There was nothing around him except his new, semi-sage aura, and it continued to revolve nonstop. Countless principles rushed into his body, and his body began to transform. Yi Shiwen could distinctly feel that his body was undergoing an unfathomable transformation. It seemed as if his body was transcending and approaching towards becoming an even more advanced form of life. It seemed as if an ant was transforming into a human being. It was obviously an entirely different level of feeling. However, the transformation stopped midway. Yi Shiwen frowned at this. He felt as if he had been enjoying inside the cool seawater in the summer. But someone suddenly dragged him to the shore and exposed him to the sun. He knew that the rest of the transformation would be completed when he'd enter the sage realm. Yi Shiwen frantically began to absorb the surrounding principles without any delay. They condensed in the form of magical symbols and entered his body one by one. These principles then condensed into talismans with magical symbols on them. These were far thicker than the ordinary semi-sage talismans. In fact, they were so thick that they could scare a person to death. The bottleneck of 500 Tao principles no longer existed because Yi Shiwen had now entered the semi-sage realm. Yi Shiwen continued to condense the Tao principles like a madman. 499, 500, 600, 700, 800. Yi Shiwen finally stopped after he had condensed 800 Tao principles. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. At last, the semi-sage realm. To be continued. Chapter 416. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and looked all around. Things looked exactly the same as they were half a year ago. The rented rooms of these martial art experts were completely different from that of an ordinary person's. They were protected by all kinds of small-sized but solid matrix formations. Even dust couldn't enter into these rooms. Otherwise, half a year's time was enough to fill the entire room with dust. Some small-sized matrix formations were laid inside the room as well. However, Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan had jointly laid out a big matrix formation of their own inside the room before they had started the closed-door training. They had done this to isolate their auras from the outside world. Therefore, nobody on the outside could hear the sounds that came from inside their room. There was a huge explosion at the time when Yi Shiwen had made a breakthrough into the semi-sage realm. However, nobody had sensed anything outside the room. He raised his head and saw that Hua Menghan was sitting cross-legged in front of him. Her beautiful and gentle-looking face didn't have any expression on it. Her long and thin eyelashes were curved upward. She was in a deep level of closed-door training. Even Yi Shiwen's breakthrough into the semi-sage realm couldn't wake her up. This meant that she felt extremely safe in this environment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to undergo such a deep-level, closed-door training here. This showed that she felt very safe in Yi Shiwen's presence. This realization ignited a warm feeling inside Yi Shiwen's heart. Yi Shiwen had just stood up. However, he suddenly saw an astonishing and imposing aura shoot up from Hua Menghan's body. It almost broke through the matrix formation barrier which these two had laid out. Yi Shiwen promptly strengthened the matrix barrier in order to suppress her imposing aura. Otherwise, the entire city would have been alarmed of their practice. Yi Shiwen could clearly see the power of countless principles as they crazily rushed towards Hua Menghan. The Tao principles quickly took shape in the form of magical talismans and entered her body. "Sister." Yi Shiwen spoke up. He was somewhat surprised. Hua Menghan's imposing aura indicated that she had already made a breakthrough into the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Yi Shiwen could presently be regarded as the peak expert among all the experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Moreover, he would be much safer with Hua Menghan by his side. Two Heaven's Pride-level experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm had joined hands. So, Yi Shiwen was confident that they would be able to escape unscathed even if a sage expert were to attack them. Yi Shiwen got a firm grasp on the matter of the Wind Dragon lair. It was anticipated to be born soon. Yi Shiwen was undergoing closed-door training. However, this didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the Wind Dragon's lair. Hua Menghan was undergoing a deep-level, closed-door training. Therefore, he sent out a portion of his divine sense outside the room and heard the discussions of several people. He got to know everything about all the major events that had taken place in the last half a year's time. He was very interested in the Wind Dragon's lair. Moreover, he knew far more about it than an average person. He had come to know everything from the star colossus that was present inside the heavenly source mirror. The wisp of the star colossus's soul had been unceasingly sucked for its energy, and this energy was then being used to condense and power up the blood slave. So, its memories were also gradually revealed in front of Yi Shiwen. There was no difference between that wisp of soul and the main body of that star colossus, apart from certain core things such as bloodline inheritance, matrix formations, and so on. However, this wisp of soul knew everything the star colossus did. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's knowledge had gradually enriched. It had become even more extensive after the unceasing absorption of this star colossus's memories. In fact, his knowledge had seen an incredible rise in the past half a year's time. He had come to know many of the universe's secrets. One must know that each of these star colossuses could consume planets and stars as food, and they lived for several thousand years. So, they obviously knew many secrets of the universe. They possessed rare knowledge. In fact, they were aware of all kinds of rare treasures and exotic gems which had ever existed. Even Yi Mo knew many such secrets. However, he had only been an assistant to a devil king. So, most of Yi Mo's knowledge was related to the devil world, and he didn't know about many secrets of the universe. Moreover, Yi Mo was like a teacher and a friend to Yi Shiwen. So, Yi Shiwen would never treat him like the star colossus. He wouldn't devour Yi Mo's soul and memories. An average person wouldn't dare to try this. Many people could peek into others' memories. However, they wouldn't dare to swallow such a mixture of soul and memories because the absorbed memory could become a portion of their own. So, it could easily affect their memory and result in a possible identity crisis. In fact, they might even become deranged. Therefore, nobody would do it unless they were forced to do it and had no choice. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had the mysterious space. So, he could digest these memories without letting them affect his own. And the secret of the Wind Dragon City was present in the star Colossus's memories. Moreover, the impression of this memory was quite profound. This Wind Dragon City had genuinely been established on the corpse of a wind dragon. That was true. This wind dragon had existed, and so had its lair. In fact, that wind dragon had been killed by the star colossus himself. The star colossus had wandered here once upon a time. It had then come across the newly matured wind dragon. Both parties were rare monsters and stood on top of the food chain of the universe. So, they hardly said anything before they started their battle. The dragon race was a very intrepid one. Moreover, this wind dragon was a purebred of the dragon race. However, it had only matured recently. Therefore, it couldn't be a match for the star colossus. It eventually lost its life to the star colossus. However, the star colossus had also sustained severe injuries. So, it had no other choice but to escape in order to repair its wounds. Therefore, Yi Xuan knew that Wind Dragon's lair really did exist. He just didn't know the specific time it would be born in this space. He also didn't know how this news had come to spread. Innumerable years had passed since that battle. Many things had been lost in the river of time. However, one such forgotten matter had resurfaced again. Was it possible for the people to make a calculation as to where it would appear? Yi Xuan didn't know. However, this didn't hinder his interest in the Wind Dragon's lair. Everyone knew that the dragon race was fond of collecting treasures. One could benefit immensely if they were to obtain 1 or 2 such treasures. In fact, it would be like a dream come true. Yi Xuan saw that Huang Menghan hadn't awakened yet. She was still undergoing the deep-level, closed-door training. He became somewhat anxious as to why she hadn't come out of the closed-door training already. Gee, this girl is extraordinary. She wants to cross 2 hurdles in one go. She wants to make a breakthrough into the sage realm in one fell swoop. Yi Emo spoke in astonishment. I must say she is bold and ambitious, but she possesses the heavenly phoenix body, as well as the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. She may even succeed if she gave it a try. Yi Xuan calmed down after he heard Yi Mo's words. She wasn't continuing with her closed-door training because she had run into any problem or anything. Rather, she wanted to make successive breakthroughs. The inner core of that white dwarf had decreased in volume. Only 1/3 of it was left. However, it was still a lot. In fact, it was enough for both of these individuals to continue the closed-door training and make another breakthrough. Yi Xuan would have accompanied Huang Menghan in the closed-door training if this matter of the Wind Dragon's lair hadn't come to light. His realization was already enough. His understanding regarding the principles and main Tao was extremely rare among the younger generation. In fact, his overall understanding was enough to enable him to level up without any difficulty. However, he had been presented with an excellent opportunity. There could be rare treasures inside the lair of the Wind Dragon. He naturally didn't wish to miss out on this opportunity. He could come back and proceed with the closed-door training after he had dealt with this matter. A martial arts competition would take place between the 4 forces after 2 years' time. This would be a big and brutal gathering of experts, and not every Heaven's Pride-level experts would get to participate in the fights. However, Yi Xuan was sure about himself. He was certain that he would get to take part in the competition. After all, only he had the outstanding accomplishments among all Heaven's Pride-level experts. The Titan Body and Fan Ming were considered as top Heaven's Pride-level experts. Yet he had managed to kill these 2. Now he needed to hold the line and push forward. He had killed 2 Heaven's Pride-level experts. However, he hadn't taken them lightly. They used to be regarded as Heaven's Pride-level experts. How could they possibly not be skilled and powerful? Yi Xuan could have easily fallen into the gutter if he had been caught off guard. Moreover, the peak Heaven's Pride-level experts of the 4 major forces would gather in such a big competition. He might be killed on the spot if he were to see the face of defeat. After all, there's no need to reiterate the main purpose why these forces would gather for a competition. As far as Yi Xuan was concerned, he wouldn't show any mercy if need be. Yi Xuan didn't wake Huang Menghan up and went out the room. He hadn't gone out since half a year. However, the waiters weren't a bit baffled to see him. This entire place was full of experts. So, this kind of thing was fairly normal. These experts used to undergo closed-door training for several years, even for decades. So, this wasn't something strange. Everything was fine as long as one had enough money to pay the rent for the room. Yi Xuan looked for a spot to sit down inside the tavern. A bunch of news fell into his ears from the surroundings. Everyone is saying that the Wind Dragon's lair is about to be born. But why has there been no concrete information about it in the last 6 months? It's probably a lie. Maybe. But I think that it's true. Even the respectable city lord has dispatched experts. In fact, he himself has gone out thrice to look for the entrance to this Wind Dragon's lair in this last half a year. He didn't find it, though. However, I think this must be true for someone of his status to try so hard to find it. I don't know where this news has come out from, but many powerful experts have gone out to look for the whereabouts of the wind dragon's lair in the last half a year. In fact, many sage experts were also present among them. They couldn't find the lair, but they have found some traces of it. This shows that wind dragon's lair genuinely exists. Yes, it is also said that the wind dragon's lair isn't in this subspace, right? So, ordinary people certainly can't see it. It has also been said that the major forces have reached out to some knowledgeable experts and have requested them to find out the time and place that wind dragon's lair will appear. Yi Shiwen pondered that no one had been able to find the whereabouts of the wind dragon's lair in the past half a year's time. However, he wasn't in a hurry, nor was he anxious. That was because others didn't know the whereabouts of the lair of the wind dragon. But he did, since the star Colossus had already passed through this region of space in the past and had a battle with the wind dragon. The wind dragon's lair is born. A loud roar came from outside the tavern, right when Yi Shiwen was pondering. To be continued. Chapter 417. The wind dragon's lair has appeared. Suddenly, the entire wind dragon city began to seethe with excitement. Everyone had been looking for the whereabouts of this wind dragon's lair for last half a year's time. It could be said that it had attracted the attention of every person present in the wind dragon city. However, they hadn't been able to find any whereabouts of the wind dragon's lair in this half a year's time. However, it had finally appeared. Soon the accurate news spread. It was reported that a semi-sage expert had gone out to wipe out the lair of star beasts. However, he found an abnormality in the space inside this lair. He might not have paid attention to it on ordinary days. After all, there were many such strange places in the universe. In fact, distorted and broken spaces could be found everywhere, let alone an abnormality. These places were obviously classified as forbidden and exceptionally inauspicious areas. An average person wouldn't dare to go near such places. However, the matter of the wind dragon's lair had become widely famous in this last half a year. Therefore, this expert had been keen on finding it, like every other person. As a result, he ended up finding a planet. And this planet had life on it. It was reported that many sage experts inspected and verified that this planet was indeed the lair of the wind dragon. It was brimming with thick dragon power, even after countless years. In addition, a large number of demon beasts were living on this planet. Moreover, they all possessed the blood of the dragon race. Yi Shiwen was surprised to hear this. He hadn't anticipated that the wind dragon's lair would have turned into a planet and would have been able to support life after so many years. He had searched through the memory of the star Colossus and had come to know that this wind dragon's lair used to be a desolate planet. Many planets in this vast universe supported life. However, only a few planets could transform into a living world. Indeed, this planet now supported life, but the world it hosted was far more advanced than the planet itself. Only 1 or 2 planets among countless ones could get the opportunity to transform into a world. This was extremely rare. The experts couldn't help but proceed towards the wind dragon's lair after they obtained this news. These experts weren't ordinary people. In fact, many of these experts had survived in the universe for years, and this was nothing short of incredible. And now they had simultaneously rushed towards the wind dragon's lair. These advancing experts seemed like a grandiose army going on an expedition. They even possessed various kinds of beasts as their mounts. In fact, it almost appeared as if cavalry troops were going on a punitive conquest. However, Yi Shiwen was in no hurry. So he first went back to the inn in order to safeguard Hua Minghan. He laid out a huge matrix so that nobody could disturb her during the closed-door training. Moreover, many experts of the true martial university were present in the city, and they could look after her if something were to happen. Therefore, it would be safer for her to stay here. Yi Shiwen left for the Wind Dragon's lair after he had safeguarded Hua Minghan. He finally arrived over a planet after he had passed through several ruptured spaces on the way. It appeared endless and stretched as far as one could see. It was an enormous planet. It was different from other planets. It was clearly visible that this planet was brimming with life, even if one looked from space. Yi Shiwen had excellent eyesight. He could clearly see the mountains, forests, rivers, and seas from the space. Yi Shiwen somewhat sighed with emotion. He knew this planet from the memory of the star Colossus. However, he hadn't anticipated that it would transform so much and become like this. Yi Shiwen opened his devil wings. He transformed into a golden streamer of light and burst into the atmosphere of this planet. The endless mountain ranges stretched for countless kilometers. They appeared like a giant dragon to Yi Shiwen. The ancient, sky-touching trees rose straight from the ground. These trees had blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they formed a huge forest. The demon beast's terrifying roars reverberated on the surface. The sonic booms dissipated in all directions. This place didn't look like a normal place. The demon beasts, which possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, were lurking everywhere. So, how could this place still be normal? The dragon race was considered a supreme race in the universe, and these demon beasts had some connection with the dragon's characteristics. Hence, they were extremely dreadful as well. Yi Shiwen saw a seriously damaged forest as soon as he landed on the planet. It seemed as if this forest had hosted a fierce battle. An expert must have visited this place. This planet was extremely huge. One couldn't see its edge. So, it wasn't easy to find the treasures the Wind Dragon had left behind. However, that didn't affect the spirits of the experts. Nothing is easy is the beginning. So, how would they obtain enormous benefits if they didn't pay the price? Yi Shiwen flew for hundreds of miles. He could see all kinds of rare herbs almost everywhere. It was extremely hard to find these herbs elsewhere since the dragon race had vanished long ago, more so because these herbs were related to the dragon race. However, these herbs could be seen everywhere on this planet. Yi Shiwen had once visited the Flood Dragon's tomb, but even that was nothing in comparison to this planet. This Wind Dragon was a pure blood of the dragon race. So he was far superior to that Flood Dragon, since it was a mixed blood. That Flood Dragon's tomb was indeed very big. However, a big faction had been stationed there for a long time. Therefore, the herbs must have already been plundered by the faction. However, precious drug ingredients were present here in abundance, and these herbs could increase a person's lifespan by 5 to 10 years. Yi Shiwen stretched out his big hand and grasped several of these herbs. Then he put them inside the heavenly source mirror. These drug ingredients were top-notch and could help him in concocting high-level immortality pills with the help of his alchemy furnace. This planet was occupied by the Wind Dragon once upon a time. The dragon is now dead, but this place is still as contaminated with his blood, essence, and dragon energy. And the dragon energy has managed to evolve this planet into such a treasure trove after countless years of development. Yi Emo spoke up in astonishment. This planet would have stayed barren if that Wind Dragon hadn't occupied it. Yi Shiwen continued to walk and continued to collect these drug ingredients. The harvest was plentiful this time. Roar! Yi Shiwen wanted to penetrate even further. However, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly reverberated in the surroundings. Hundreds of pointed beak dragons appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. This territory belonged to a group of pointed beak dragons. These dragons possessed long and pointed beaks. Their mouths were adorned with sharp teeth. They weren't extremely tall and appeared equal to the combined height of 2 men. They had 2 strong legs and possessed 2 small claws that protruded from their chest. They looked exceptionally frightening. Roar! 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 These hundreds of pointed beak dragons roared in unison. The monstrous demon energy began to boil over their bodies. These dragons possessed the strength of Legendry's great complete realm. The few dragons at the forefront possessed the strength of the initial and intermediate stage of the semi-sage realm. They were extremely tyrannical. I hadn't anticipated that I'd be seeing so many sub-dragons here, Yemo said. Very few people have seen so many sub-dragons roaming around after the disappearance of the dragon race. These creatures were born by being moistened in dragon energy. So, each of these dragons possessed the blood of a real dragon. They were extremely rare in the outside world. Yi Shiwen, kill these pointed beak dragons and extract their blood. The dragon race has the highest lifespan in the world. Even one drop of a real dragon's blood can increase your lifespan by 10 years, Yemo promptly said. Moreover, it can also strengthen your gilded tyrant form. The dragon race possessed intrepid body. It was famous in the world for that. It had been said that one could become a peerless genius after they had bathed in dragon's blood. The strength of Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form would definitely increase enormously if he could absorb the dragon's blood into his gilded tyrant form. Yi Shiwen's spirits suddenly rose up after he heard this. He felt that his lifespan wasn't sufficient even after he had entered the semi-sage realm. A person would have boundless future prospects if they could step into the semi-sage realm under the age of 30. Their lifespan also would be enough. Stepping into the sage realm wouldn't be a problem for them. However, it wasn't the same for Yi Shiwen. His lifespan was mostly consumed by the Phoenix regeneration technique. He couldn't unceasingly consume the longevity dawn either. Therefore, he was very interested in increasing his lifespan in whichever way possible. Roar! Several pointed beak dragons opened their big mouths like a sacrificial bowl and revealed their big and ferocious teeth. They spat chilled energy. This energy condensed into energy swords and darted towards Yi Shiwen. These subdragons were born with magical powers. Yi Shiwen was greatly amazed by this. This was almost an instinctive type of magical power. So, it was far more ferocious than the acquired powers of the human race. These magical powers were often inherited from the blood. These pointed beak dragons might not have any wisdom. However, they could frequently display their magical powers to perfection. Yi Shiwen stretched out his big hand and weaved an energy shield before him. He had formed a huge 8 trigrams chart before himself. Bang! Repelled. Bang! A huge explosion occurred as these energy swords rumbled against the 8 divinatory trigrams. However, these attacks couldn't sway the 8 divinatory trigrams and were immediately transformed into a mass of energy. Yi Shiwen's index finger and middle finger stuck together, and that mass of lingering energy suddenly transformed into energy swords and darted out. Pucci, a pointed beak dragon, couldn't evade the attack and was split into 2 halves. However, its death didn't make those other moderately sized subdragons cower in fear. It stirred them up, on the contrary, and they rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. The energy swords ripped apart the vast sky and swept towards Yi Shiwen from all directions. There was no way out of this encirclement. These pointed beak dragons were working together as a team, as if they were casually hunting a prey. They appeared exceptionally skillful. They possessed better mutual understanding than a usual small group of experts. So, when some attacked Yi Shiwen, the others ensured that he didn't get a chance to retreat. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth curled up. He realized that these ferocious animals possessed some hunting wisdom. However, it would be a big mistake on their part if they were to consider him an ordinary prey. Yi Shiwen casually made a hand gesture, and a body-size 8 trigrams chart appeared around him. These energy swords couldn't break Yi Shiwen's 8 trigrams chart. They could only produce some ripples in the 8 trigrams chart before they ultimately got submerged in it. Clang! 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 Several energy swords congealed around Yi Shiwen's body. He used a hand seal, and the energy swords went flying out in all directions. Whoosh, 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 and those fierce dragons got chopped into two halves. To be continued. Chapter 4:18. The heavenly source mirror absorbed the flesh and blood of these pointed beak dragons. Then it extracted the real dragon's blood. However, it could only manage to extract 1/10 of a drop. Yi Shiwen exclaimed, and thought that this whole planet was covered with dragons' treasures. He would have to slaughter these sub-dragons to obtain these treasures, since they possessed the blood of a real dragon. However, there was a gap of countless years between them and the real dragon. So, extracting real dragon's blood was easier said than done. Yi Shiwen didn't wait any longer after they extracted the blood of the real dragon. He continued to go deeper into the forest. He flew for almost half a month and penetrated very deep inside the forest. He had also killed several sub-dragons on the way and had done all he could to extract even a drop of the real dragon's blood. As that man had said earlier, this place was like the country of dragon race. Only sub-dragons were present here, but this was already enough for a lot of experts. Several experts were planning to turn one of these sub-dragons into their mounts. It would certainly add to their power and prestige if they could take a sub-dragon as their mount. Yi Shiwen heard a lot of news in this half a month's time. Some people had obtained enormous treasures, and some people had been killed by the angry dragons. Not all dragons had low wisdom. Many dragons were wise. The invasion of human experts had angered the local dragon tribes, and they had mobilized forces to slaughter these experts. Yi Shiwen started walking more carefully after he heard these things. He concealed his breath as well as his presence using the restraining breath technique. This also helped him in becoming even more sensitive to the surrounding auras. He wanted to avoid the sage experts. It would be dismal if he were to be pursued by a sage-level dragon. He would surely be able to run away from the fight. However, he didn't want to risk being pursued. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar came from the front. Terrifying dragon energy swept into the sky. It was mixed with a demonic aura. Several experts were coming from afar. They were frantically trying to escape from a liger-type dragon that was chasing after them. It was as tall as a mountain. Its body was like a hybrid of lion and tiger. However, its head and tail appeared as those of a dragon. It possessed a substantial amount of blood of the dragon race. It was extremely tyrannical. It had already reached the peak of the late stage of semi-sage realm. It possessed 700 Tao principles inside its body. It would be no different from throwing away one's life if an ordinary expert of the semi-sage realm, who just had 500 Tao principles, were to come across such a vicious beast. The experts who were trying to flee this monster suddenly became delighted when they saw Yi Shiwen. Various colors flashed in their eyes as they simultaneously ran towards Yi Shiwen. How couldn't Yi Shiwen know their plan? These guys were trying to save themselves by luring the liger dragon towards Yi Shiwen. They would then hope for him to deal with on their behalf. One doesn't need to run the fastest when danger approaches. One just needs to run faster than others. This is a brutal truth. They would find enough time to run as long as Yi Shiwen could stop this liger dragon for a while. These people could do anything in order to survive. In fact, they would have even dumped the members of their own group at the time of danger. And Yi Shiwen was an outsider. The leader of these experts saw Yi Shiwen standing motionlessly like a silly guy. He smirked in his heart and flew towards Yi Shiwen. He secretly admitted his bad luck. He didn't know how many years' misfortune had erupted all of a sudden since he had ended up provoking this liger dragon on this day. He had merely come to seek valuable treasures. He hadn't even gotten started when he ended up attracting this liger dragon attention. The liger dragon obviously started to chase him thereafter. He just wanted this fool to resist it long enough to help them escape. However, these people weren't the least concerned with Yi Shiwen's life or death. Their humanity and righteousness had died out since they had followed the law of the jungle for several hundred years. Whoosh! The sword energy suddenly burst out from Yi Shiwen's fingertips and surged forward. It blazed out and chopped those experts to pieces. Yi Shiwen's eyes looked ice-cold. There wasn't a single trace of mercy in them. These people had intended to use him as a shield in order to stop this liger dragon from chasing after them. They didn't possess any good intentions. Their cruel intentions were self-evident, and so many in number that it would be hard to count them. However, he hadn't anticipated that the overbearing liger dragon would stop after he'd dispose off these experts. A somewhat pondering look flashed through its eyes. This liger dragon was quite high-handed. It possessed high wisdom. It wasn't like those other muddle-headed beasts. This liger dragon was the lord of this area. It had reached the late stage of semi-sage realm in just 100 years of cultivation. This was extraordinary. It was very close to the bloodline of the real dragon. It wasn't like those other ordinary subdragons which Yi Shiwen had seen so far on this planet. That's why its cultivation had reached such an extent in merely 100 years. The dragon race possessed extremely long lifespan. Even subdragons were no exception. Mere 100 years weren't considered long from their standards. Their lifespan was 10 times more than that of human experts. This beast wasn't inferior to the Heaven's Pride-level experts of the human race. The law of the jungle was followed more strictly in the world of these demon beasts than it was in the human one. This liger dragon had come to the top, fighting all the way from the bottom in such a cruel world. And it had obtained the position of the lord of this area. So, it possessed far more fighting experience than Yi Shiwen did. It had preyed on several subdragons of the semi-sage realm before, and had killed them to become the lord of this area. In fact, its innate talent had attracted the attention of the ancestors of this planet. It didn't pay attention to ordinary semi-sage demon beasts. It had chased and killed several beasts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. In fact, semi-sage subdragons had already gone extinct in this area because of it. As a result, this area had become its territory. Many subdragons used to say that it would perhaps ascend to the sage realm in less than 100 years. It would truly bring all subdragons of this area under his control if that were to happen, and it would become the genuine dragon king of this territory. However, it felt true fear and trepidation when he came face to face with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had casually killed several human experts of the semi-sage realm. It was baffled and its eyelids jumped. It felt firmly restrained inside, as if it was staring at an ominous beast. It didn't know that Yi Shiwen had made his way here by killing God knows how many dragons. In fact, he had also killed many species related to the dragon race before he had arrived here. These were just subdragons, but thanks to his mysterious space, he had somewhat faintly comprehended the slaying dragon technique. He had started to faintly sense the weaknesses of the dragons and could land fatal blows every time he fought with them. Yi Shiwen might not be able to perfect this slaying dragon technique in his entire life since it was merely in the embryonic form at the moment. However, his killing intention wasn't concealed one bit. It was permeating everywhere around him and had left the liger dragon to tremble with fear. This abrupt surge of dread had made it feel weird. It possessed extraordinary bloodline, so it was naturally very tyrannical. It believed that it was the top-notch fierce beast in the entire world. How could some human be crueler than it? The ordinary dragons of the late stage of the semi-sage realm used to be slaughtered by it just like dogs. Yet this human had aroused such a feeling in its heart. Yi Shiwen looked at this liger dragon just when it was suppressing that inexplicable feeling of dread in its heart. It appeared like a hybrid of lion and tiger. Its shiny fur glowed like some lustrous metal. Its head and tail were densely covered with palm-sized cyan-colored scales. They were faintly emitting greenish light in the sunlight. Its robust body contained unfathomable power. Yi Shiwen could tell that it was the lord of this area. Perhaps The blood of the real dragon was stronger in this liger dragon. Yi Xuan might obtain several drops of blood by slaughtering it. The amount of blood running in its body wasn't dependent on its strength. Rather, it was related to the purity of the blood. This liger dragon possessed an ample amount of blood of the dragon race. It was far purer than the blood of those other sub-dragon, whom Yi Xuan had killed earlier. It could be compared with the flood dragons. In fact, its blood was even somewhat purer than the blood of that young flood dragon, which Yi Xuan had earlier encountered. However, he didn't dare to treat it lightly. This liger dragon was powerful enough to be able to kill a Heaven's Pride level expert. The liger dragon couldn't keep his patience and became restless and irritated. It roared again and again. It opened its big mouth like a sacrificial bowl. It quickly rushed forward to kill. This liger dragon had finally decided to attack Yi Xuan first in order to gain the upper hand after it had waited for a long time. It could feel the divinities running in Yi Xuan's body and was attracted to it. It could faintly feel that the sage realm wouldn't be far away from its reach if it could kill Yi Xuan and swallow his body. It would be able to make a breakthrough in just a few years instead of 100. The greed had leapt up in its heart, and the liger dragon couldn't control it any longer. Moreover, Yi Xuan had only scared it somewhat. It wasn't a feeling of absolute danger or anything. Yi Xuan saw this fierce dragon approach. The dragon's roar cut across the vast horizon. Its energy surged up and began to roll and boil in the sky. Its energy pierced through the vast sky and spread everywhere. It was an ominous beast. One couldn't tell how many demon beasts it had swallowed in these many years. Its murderous aura condensed and scattered everywhere. Clang! The sword intention condensed into a long sword in Yi Xuan's hand. He brandished the sword, and it seemed as if the world had lost its color. It seemed as if the sun and the moon had lost their brightness, like the end of the world had come to pass. Rumble! Yi Xuan's palm swept downward along with the long sword. It cut through the space and into the body of that ominous beast. Puchi! Blood gushed out from the body of that fierce beast. Its lustrous scales should have been difficult to damage, but they had been broken by Yi Xuan's one sword attack. The blood splashed out. Roar! This liger dragon screamed. It had finally realized that it had messed with the wrong man, that it wasn't the top-notch beast in this world. It wasn't even the second or third best. There would always be a more savage and ominous beast than it. It felt that there was no difference between Yi Xuan and a stubborn, ominous beast, just like the dragons were considered as a bunch of savage beasts by the humans. The liger dragon screamed endlessly. It had never come across such a ferocious man. Its body was as big as a small mountain, and Yi Xuan's body was as thin as a piece of paper. However, an incredible power had emerged from such a slim body, and had sent its mountain-like body flying. To be continued. Chapter 419. Someone would always be crueler than the liger dragon. This person in front of him was just a human, and humans were nothing more than ant-sized existences in its eyes. Blood gushed out from that very deep cut and sprinkled around. Roar! The liger dragon screamed and roared loudly. It coldly stared at Yi Xuan with its bloodshot eyes. Yi Xuan should be able to extract several drops of real dragon's blood after he had killed this liger dragon. This meant that his lifespan would increase by several decades. He couldn't help but be tempted by this. The liger dragon became violent after it sustained these injuries. It suddenly charged towards Yi Xuan as it roared, "Human, I will tear you to shreds!" It roared loudly. The entire atmosphere began to boil endlessly. It had come so far by killing everything that had stood in its path since it was a cub. So its accumulated murderous aura was absolutely astonishing. Yi Xuan also rushed forth and slashed with his sword. It seemed as if his sword would destroy the world. He appeared like the reincarnation of a sword god with a golden armor draped over his body. This made him appear like a golden god of war. His long sword was constantly contended to win in his hand. Bang! Yi Shiwen brandished his long sword and roared. It seemed as if the unleashed energy would swallow the mountains and rivers. The golden rays of light covered his body and started to appear like a golden armor. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen's long sword cut right into the liger dragon's body, and sparks flew in all direction. It seemed if the long sword had struck against a metal. There was a burst of roars immediately after. The scales on the body of that liger dragon had been split open by Yi Shiwen's sword attack. Yi Shiwen had attacked countless times with a sword in that split second, and the scales on the liger dragon's body had been broken due to this. The space got torn open like piece of paper wherever Yi Shiwen's sword intention went. The chaos energy leaked out from the broken space and unceasingly opened wounds on that liger dragon's body. This was an exceptionally terrifying scene. The liger dragon became angrier as it faced such a terrifying attack. It had reached a long way by beating his opponents. Nobody had ever forced it into such a disadvantageous situation. It had bullied everyone since the beginning. However, it didn't matter whether it possessed magical powers or intrepid body in the present situation. It had been thoroughly forced into a disadvantageous position by Yi Shiwen. Its hill-sized body was a mere joke in front of Yi Shiwen. Bang! The collision occurred, and the liger dragon went flying by the terrifying force. Yi Shiwen just stood motionless while the loud metallic sound of the collision between gold and iron reverberated. Rumble! The entire void crumbled. This scene was just too horrible. The divine senses of the subdragons, which were lurking in the surroundings, were retracted. These two individuals were extremely ferocious existences of their generation. It was difficult to tell who was fiercer among these two. Yet, it was clear to everyone that they might have to suffer a calamity if they dared to infuriate these two individuals at this moment. This liger dragon definitely possesses the blood of a pure, real dragon. That's why its body is so formidable. Yi Emo said. Yi Shiwen nodded. He was certainly very aware of the capabilities of his own body. He knew that he could effortlessly tear a god or a devil with his bare hands, not to mention that an ordinary person would be dismembered by a mere slap of his. He had been able to come this far. This was enough to prove that his body was extraordinary. The liger dragon was also extraordinary. However, it wasn't a pure-blood dragon. In fact, considering its current strength, even Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been its match if it were a pure-blood dragon. Yi Shiwen's current realm would have been insufficient in that case. This was his weak point. He possessed incomparable fighting strength, let alone the experts of the same realm. Even the experts of the higher realms weren't his match. He usually didn't pay attention to ordinary experts, but he could fall in a very difficult situation if he were to come across a top-tier Heaven's Pride-level expert of a higher realm. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. However, his realm was always lacking in comparison to his opponent. This was his biggest worry. Yi Shiwen's eyes turned ice-cold. The dragon race had lived up to their incredible reputation. This was an impure subdragon, but it still wasn't something an average expert could deal with. Obediently hand over the real dragon's blood to me. Yi Shiwen softly said, Roar! Human, you are courting death. The liger dragon immediately became angry. It also coveted Yi Shiwen's divinities, but this was its personal matter. However, its pride would never allow someone to treat it as a prey. It certainly wouldn't let someone kill itself. The liger dragon faced upwards and roared. It seemed as if it would grab and break the universe with its front claws. It was alone, but its overwhelming murderous aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Die! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He pulled out his golden form and rushed towards the liger dragon to kill it. His golden divinities surged forth and blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a gigantic sea wave. The sword intention mixed with his divinities and soared in the vast sky, It shattered the space in its wake. Rumble! The heaven and the earth trembled. The fight between these two individuals had reached its climax. Their murderous auras swept down from the heaven, and their fighting intentions cut across the vast sky. Yi Shiwen had obtained the upper hand in the present situation. However, this liger dragon was no pushover either. It could kill an ordinary expert of the late stage of the semi-sage realm in just one move and swallow them whole. It could have become the overlord of this region if it hadn't come across the wrong person. In fact, entering the sage realm would have been a piece of cake for it in time. Yi Shiwen had completely suppressed this liger dragon, and it had fallen into a grossly disadvantageous position. However, it hadn't been easy for Yi Shiwen to kill it in a short period of time. Puchi! Yi Shiwen's long sword opened a huge wound on that liger dragon's body, and its blood splashed out. The liger dragon roared since its body had been nearly pierced by Yi Shiwen's attack. An ordinary iron sword wouldn't have been able to move its hair. However, it knew that Yi Shiwen would destroy its internal organs after his sword had penetrated its body. In fact, it wouldn't be able to save its soul either. Suddenly, the demon energy condensed around the liger dragon's body. It instantly spat out dragon breath. Only a purebred dragon or a dragon with its bloodline close to the dragon race could spit dragon breath. A pure-blood dragon could instinctively spit the dragon breath. However, a subdragon could only spit dragon breath if its bloodline was very close to the dragon race. But it must practice to an extremely profound realm in order to display such supernatural powers. Several martial arts of the dragon race essentially needed one to make great efforts to move in the direction of attained purer blood. This situation was extremely common in the universe. There was a time in the ancient era when the ancestors of various races possessed invincible strength. However, these present younger generations were striving to attain pure blood in order to reach closer to their ancestors. The atmosphere began to burn under the enormous power of this dragon breath. The dreadful divine power was overflowing from Yi Shiwen's long sword. He was much shorter than this liger dragon. However, he had been crushing it and suppressing it like a mountain, and the space would collapse and break into small pieces wherever he went. Bang! Yi Shiwen's long sword defeated the dragon breath. He stood on the liger dragon's body and slashed open a very deep wound on it. Its bones became visible through the wound. The liger dragon's tough body was cut like a piece of clay by Yi Shiwen's sword attack. The long sword cut open a huge wound on its body, and blood started to gush out of it. The liger dragon's hill-sized body rumbled to the ground under the influence of the power of Yi Shiwen's sword. Yi Shiwen didn't hold back this time. A Hans seal appeared in the sky and pounded on its body like a huge mountain. Bang! It pounded on the liger dragon's skull and cracked it open. The brain matter gushed out from its broken head. It was an exceptionally dreadful scene. The liger dragon screamed continually. No strength was left in its body. Yi Shiwen's attack had rendered it powerless. Clang! Yi Shiwen stretched out his palm, and a long sword condensed in it. His expression didn't change. Finally, it was the time to give a final blow to this liger dragon. Afterwards, he could extract the several drops of real dragon's blood that ran through its body. Yi Shiwen had become somewhat excited. This was the land of dragons, so it was like a treasure planet for ambitious people. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was contemplating to extract the blood of real dragon. This place would continue to witness incredible killing expeditions once the news about this place would gradually spread out. This place would inevitably witness bloodbath everywhere. However, Yi Shiwen had no relation with all that. He would leave after he had found the things he needed. But the killing expeditions might continue here for 100 or 200 years, until the dragons had been completely wiped off from the surface of this planet, or perhaps until the local dragon tribes killed or scared away the invading human experts, demon beasts and the star beasts. Yi Shiwen was about to kill this liger dragon when a startling and divine rainbow suddenly fell from the sky and impacted upon its body. Bang! That fierce liger dragon was killed in a flash. It had been eradicated efficiently without any wasted effort. A group of people arrived immediately after. They were treading on rainbow lights. This was a group of formidable human experts. Each of them was a young expert of approximately 25 or 26 years old. Their auras surged up one by one. They were the top experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Every individual had condensed 600 to 700 Tao principles. The late stage of the semi-sage realm only required 500 Tao principles. Theoretically speaking, one could prepare to make a breakthrough into the sage realm after they had condensed 500 Tao principles. However, only a few people were in such a hurry to make a breakthrough to the sage realm. That was because the semi-sage realm could accommodate up to 999 principles. So, one could truly complete the semi-sage realm only after they had condensed 999 principles. They could thereafter break through to the sage realm and reach the peak of the initial stage of the sage realm. In other words, one wouldn't be considered at the bottom of the sage realm after the breakthrough unless they had condensed 999 principles. Therefore, every ambitious expert chose to make an attempt to have a breakthrough after they had condensed 999 principles. Moreover, these people seemed to have practiced for up to 100 or 200 years. So, they would be considered as elites among elites since they had practiced to such an extent. To be continued.